will accelerate machine learning and dramatically speeding up the development of new materials and life-saving drugs. Quantum algorithms will also handle complex American higher education. So many of those presidents of public institutions in particular, they express frustration with sometimes their leadership in their state. They express frustration over perhaps many individuals not understanding the value of higher education and the central role it plays in place making innovation in their region or in their state. But We don't have that problem here in Maryland. Governor Wes Moore, himself a Rhodes Scholar, but it was through the doors of higher education that changed his trajectory in life. Governor Moore understands all too well with great clarity the linchpin connecting a person's SES, or socioeconomic status, with opportunity, and then connecting opportunity to a quality K through 12 public school system, and then connecting that K through 12 public higher education system with all kinds of opportunities for individuals and for communities to unleash their unrealized talents. Yes, Governor Moore understands the critical value of community colleges. He understands the importance of having a vibrant, relevant, and affordable higher education system here in Maryland. And he really gets this critical role that science, technology, and the intersection of other disciplines must play in order to spur innovation and competitiveness. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the 63rd governor of the great state of Maryland, Governor Wes Moore.
Thank you so much, everybody, and good morning. Dr. Wilson, I just want to say thank you for not just the friendship and the leadership and for the inspiration, and also for hosting us here at the outstanding Morgan State University, but for continuing to show us, not just in the state of Maryland, but all throughout the country, what right looks like. And we are deeply grateful for how you continue to lead with courage and vision and results, because especially at a time like now, all three matter. So bless you, and thank you so much, Dr. Wilson, for the wonderful introduction. I also want to say what a joy it is to be here with so many other leaders all across the great state of Maryland, to include my dear friend Dr. Pines from the University of Maryland College Park, who we're just absolutely thrilled. And we were talking back a little bit that our Lady Terps did an amazing job this season, and I still think that we have one of the best coaches of any sport and of men or women in Brenda Fries as our basketball coach. But after taking a tough loss yesterday, I'm now done watching college basketball for the rest of the year. But it is great to be with you. And also, Deborah, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for your courageous and your visionary leadership. But also thank you so much to you and this entire team for the selection of Morgan State, for the belief in the state of Maryland, but also for understanding a core rule that the only people that win are people who choose to be competitive. Nobody wins by deciding they're not going to compete. That's not the way it works. In fact, the only way people win is if they don't just believe in competitiveness, is if they're obsessed with it. They're obsessed with doing what is required to be competitive. And I do think that does matter. And just for a little bit of background for those who I have not had the chance to meet before, I do not come from a political background. I'm thankful to be the 63rd governor of the state of Maryland, and I'm also very clear, this is the first elected office I've ever run for in my life. I don't come from a political family. I have not worked my way up the political ranks. I come from a background where I served as a combat veteran in the United States military, having served with one of the most elite institutions in the United States Army, the 82nd Airborne Division. I come from a background in finance, where I worked with some of the largest and most omnipresent shops like Citi and Deutsche, and worked on Wall Street. I also ran one of the largest poverty-fighting organizations in this country. The reason that I wanted to add a descriptor in front of all those things, and not just saying I served the military, worked in finance, is because I am competitive by nature. I think competition matters. And I think that you have to be able to be focused in order to be competitive. You know, one of the reasons I think it matters that we are here at Morgan State University. Morgan State University understands what it means to be competitive. That they understood that they were going to have a focus on architecture and engineering. They were going to have a focus on STEM. And it's why we are excited to see the fact that in short order, we are going to watch Morgan State University join the ranks as R1 institutions across the United States. That does not happen by accident. It happens because of intentionality and focus, or in another word, competitiveness. We're here with Dr. Pines and the work that's happening down in College Park, about how we're seeing that College Park has become the home and the hub of not just Maryland, but also this country's focus on quantum. And now it is the linchpin behind the entire Capital of Quantum initiative. That does not happen by accident. It's intentionality and it's focus, or in a word, it is competitiveness. This matters. And in order to be competitive, it means you've got to get the basics right and you've got to focus down. So as I said before, I am new to politics, but I'm not new to competitiveness. I am new to politics, but I'm not new to balance sheets. And I know that in order to be economically competitive, it means you've got to foster and focus on growth. And in order to have growth, you've got to be able to do two things. One, you've got to be able to control your spend. And two, you've got to be able to increase your top line. Those are the two formulaic answers to what it means to actually focus and drive measurements of economic growth. And so anyone who is from the state of Maryland knows that I am unapologetic about my desire to drive economic growth inside of our state. And I also knew that when we came on board, that one of the greatest challenges that the state of Maryland had was that our economy was stagnant. And I knew that had to end, because there was no way that I was going to serve as the chief executive of an organization that was simply managing decline. Not a shot. And so we decided to get focused and make Maryland the best place in the world to change the world. Saying we're going to have to focus on doing things like cutting red tape. We're going to have to do things like focusing on speed and launching programs to get liquidity in the hands of our entrepreneurs and allow people with big ideas to turn them into big enterprises. We invested in our public schools. We invested in our universities. We invested in our community colleges, which Maryland is proud to be the home of 16 outstanding community colleges in our state alone. We built pathways to good careers, like making Maryland the first state in the country that now has a service year option for all of our high school graduates. We raised the minimum wage and we got rid of the days of disincentivizing work. And I did the largest mass pardon for misdemeanor cannabis convictions in the history of the United States, to allow people to have a second chance and to be able to re-enter back into the workforce and re-enter back into their families, because we were never going to say, how can you have an inclusive and a growing economy when we had people who could not get a job from a misdemeanor cannabis conviction from the 1990s? And since we've come on board, we have now seen that Maryland has added nearly 100,000 new jobs, have added over 35,000 new businesses inside the state of Maryland, either grown internally from the state of Maryland or frankly, that we've just taken them from other states. And we did it while also being very intentional about controlling our spend. In fact, last year, Maryland made more cuts to our state budget than any year in the past 16 years, 4 years, where we've not only had balanced budgets in the state of Maryland, but also balanced budgets that were smaller than the year before. So in Maryland, We have done something that we have not been able to do in decades. We have shown that you can produce results by making sure that you were intentional about what you were going to spend on, and saying that in the state of Maryland, in this moment, we could actually do more with less. Invest in what works. Don't invest in what doesn't. Be intentional. Be competitive. It's part of our mission to drive economic growth all across the state's business ecosystem and lay the groundwork to ensure that this becomes Maryland's decade, quantitatively and qualitatively. Because we know what we saw before was that we had a state that was growing at less than half of the national average. We saw that spending had increased by 70% while our GDP remained flat. And that became even more important to our state when we saw what was taking place inside of Washington, D.C. in recent history. Because we have seen how in our state that the federal government has had a special place in its heart for Maryland. That we have seen just over these past months that we have had now over 25,000 Marylanders fired. Federal workers. People who are doing things like making sure that our food is safe. People who are doing things making sure that our planes were not colliding. People who are doing things like making sure they could find the cures for diseases. Over 25,000 Marylanders have been fired in the past year. That is more than any other state in the entire country. Speed, intentionality, competitiveness is the only way that you can address that kind of assault. Being able to make sure that we are focusing and streamlining on the industries of the future, making regulatory demands less arduous, knowing that we have to be able to partner with our anchor institutions, like our institutions of higher education, to help them to succeed, because if they succeed, so does our state. If they win, so does Maryland. And it is imperative, if we want to be able to diversify our economy and move our economy off of Washington, D.C., and to be able to drive growth, that we are then putting a real measure of focus on that. And that is why in this last legislative session, I've introduced something called the Decade Act, which is the most aggressive piece of pro-growth legislation that we have seen in years in the state of Maryland. And it does a few core things. First, it focuses on investments in high potential lighthouse industries. Maryland can be the capital of quantum and the capital of cybersecurity. Maryland can lead the country in aerospace and can lead the country in defense. Maryland can seize all opportunities in biocomputing and life sciences and grow our economy. Our state does not have to chase the future. Our state can define it. And if you look at what we have inside of the state of Maryland, we have everything we need to do to make that happen. The second thing, we have to be able to double down on business attraction, business development, and business expansion. And we have seen that our strategy around that is working. In just the past 3 years, we have attracted more than $10 billion in private investment in the state of Maryland. We have seen now in just recent history, Samsung Biologics is building its first American manufacturing facility inside the United States, and they are building it right here in the state of Maryland. We have seen how AstraZeneca has now made a $2 billion commitment that will create over 2,600 jobs in Frederick and Montgomery counties. That is the largest private investment that we have had in the state of Maryland in a decade. And together with the University of Maryland and IonQ, we launched the Capital of Quantum Initiative to deliver $1 billion in public and private support to our state's quantum sector. And we are just getting started. Already we've secured groundbreaking partnerships with DARPA and Microsoft, and many other quantum industry leaders. And it reinforces our mission to make Maryland the best quantum research hub in the world. So we have gone from a place where, as I said before, that Maryland has been known as being asset rich and strategy poor, to being a state that we can be asset rich and strategy aligned. That this becomes a unique moment where we will take and put our assets against any other state in this country. There is not a governor in this country, and I know all 49 others, who would not, if they were being honest, trade their assets with Maryland. I think about here in the state of Maryland, we are the home of NASA Goddard and the home of the NIH. That the state of Maryland is the home of Fort Meade and Aberdeen Proving Grounds. That the state of Maryland has some of the best institutions of higher education, from Frostburg State University in Western Maryland to the University of Maryland Eastern Shore over in the Eastern Shore. That we have everything we need to succeed right here. We are the home of the NSC. We are the home of U.S. Cyber Command. We are the home of the United States Naval Academy. We've got all we need. The labs, the schools, the facilities, the genius. We do not lack talent. We needed alignment. That's what it means to be competitive. We needed to make sure we were doing a better job of leveraging those assets to drive private sector growth. And it's important to know the vast majority of the transformational economic growth in Maryland has been from the private sector. And much of the private sector growth in Maryland has been driven by our institutions of higher education. Making sure we can get the Decade Act passed and all of our pieces of other legislation is going to be important. But legislation alone is not what drives winners. It's every sector. It's every component. It's making sure that we are not just driving towards the future, but we are defining it. Making sure that we are looking ahead at the type of opportunities and obstacles that stand in front of us. I know that right now we are sitting on the cusp of an economy that is going to be driven by words that most people did not even know about or speak about just years ago. I know that right now we are hitting a very crucial moment in our country where we are watching economic growth in the stock market that is hitting record highs. In many cases, by the way, being driven by about 7 companies. And we're also watching a very odd dynamic taking place. Record economic growth, record profitability, and unemployment going up. Usually things that are not married together. I know we're watching a very complicated dynamic where inflation starts to feel like it could turn into stagflation. But we know that we cannot just sit and watch this evolution take place. We've got to do what it takes in order to get ahead of it. We can and we must stake our claim in the economy of tomorrow. We can and we must use data to help to drive the decisions that we're going to make. We can and we must leverage the assets of higher education and education as a whole that makes our place in our state so unique. We can and we must make sure we meet this moment. Because in 2030, I want every state in the country to look back and say, I want to have a decade like Maryland just had. One of focus, intentionality, and competitiveness. I want for every single family here to say that at a time when everything felt uneasy, that the people of Maryland understood the assignment. I want to make sure that we can push and ensure that economic growth cannot just be a punchline, but that economic growth can be our North Star. I'm thankful that you all have chosen such an important hub of everything we are trying to get done here to have this incredibly important conversation. Competitiveness is not just a conversation that's taking place in Maryland, nor is it a conversation that's taking place just in the United States. The entire world over is looking for competitive advantage. The entire world over is looking to find out who can move faster. The entire world over is trying to identify who can capture the industries that will capture the imagination. And I want for the future to be able to look up and say that it was here that we got it right. It was here that we left no one behind. And so I'm grateful for the time that you all have given me this morning. I'm grateful for the genius that will be produced from this organization, and from this work, and from this time. And I'm excited to be your partner inside this work going forward from here on out. God bless you guys, and thank you so much for having me.
Governor Wes Moore. Now, I'll invite the Honorable Deborah L. Winsmith, President and CEO of the U.S. Council on Competitiveness, and Dr. Darrell J. Pines, President of my alma mater, the University of Maryland, College Park, and my boss, President David K. Wilson, to the stage to set the context for this historic convening.
Well, good morning. Thank you all for being with us here this morning at Morgan State University for this fantastic two-day discussion on AI and quantum and the future of innovation and competitiveness here in the great state of Maryland. It is truly an honor to be at Morgan State University, which, as you may have seen when we all drove in, its tagline, truly deserved, is a national treasure. President Wilson, thank you so much for hosting us on your beautiful, architecturally unique campus today. And President Pines, thank you for welcoming us tomorrow at the University of Maryland in College Park. I am Deborah Wynne-Smith, the President and CEO of the Council on Competitiveness, and it, again, my great pleasure on behalf of our board and members across the country to welcome you to the Maryland 11th Conference on Competitiveness across the United States. We first started this initiative in 2024, and so 2 years later, we're thrilled to be in Maryland. Governor Moore gave a fantastic address. I have my little folder here, and it's covered with the notes I took. Not only is he an inspiring and dynamic speaker, but his remarks really set us up for the next 2 days of what we need to discuss, understand, and have an action agenda going forward to really help breathe light into his decade initiative and all that he is doing to make Maryland one of the most innovative states in the United States and its role in the global economy. Assets and alignment, intentionality and focus, these will be concepts that we breathe into our conversation, but we will carry them forward to the national agenda as well. For those of you who don't know the Council on Competitiveness, I'll just mention briefly, we are a nonpartisan, CEO-led organization bringing together private sector leaders from across industry, from academia, as well as from labor and our national laboratories. Since our founding in 1986, we have been focused on understanding and elucidating what are the drivers of future productivity, inclusive economic growth, prosperity for all Americans, and ensuring that our companies and firms prosper in the global economy. We are very, very honored that President Wilson co-chairs our University Leadership Forum. President Pines is a member, both are members of our executive committee and serve on our flagship National Commission on Innovation and Competitiveness Frontiers. Since our founding, almost again 40 years ago, and we're celebrating our 40th anniversary this year, contiguous with the 250th anniversary of our country, we have played a very pivotal, nonpartisan role in advocating, making the business case for why we need to invest in the frontiers of research and development, in high-performance computing. We've underpinned the bipartisan American Competes Act from our legislation. We had a big role in shaping Chips Plus Science, and very importantly, bringing together the leaders who in their own respective firms, sectors, and regions do things to turn policy into reality on the ground. And for many years, we have been focused on the pivotal importance of elevating regional placemaking innovation, starting back in the late 90s when we did the first work ever in the United States and the world looking at regional clusters of innovation. Fast forward today, and this has come out of the work of our National Commission, we have really been committed to understanding what are the things we need to do in each state and region to identify assets, unlock the potential, and bring together the leaders, such as we're doing here in Maryland, that can propel the next generation of growth and competitiveness. We call this the 10X strategy, to increase by tenfold the number of innovations, the speed of innovation, but most importantly of all, the number of innovators across our country, from coast to coast and throughout the great part of our land. You know, one of our colleagues said at one of our early meetings, you know, if you think of the United States as a baseball team, we have less than 10% of our population on the team. And we have to have 100% on the team going forward. We've also identified in this work of the Commission and the Council two really defining megatrends: the rapid convergence and acceleration of the transformative technology we'll be addressing over the next 2 days, and how they are remaking everything: discovery, redefining industries, talent, reshaping national security. And we know what these technologies are. We're going to have a lens on quantum and AI, but they encompass, of course, biotechnology, advanced materials, and all how they converge together. And the second is, I wouldn't say just the intensifying global competition, the actual turbocharging of it, where leadership in these technologies is, yes, going to determine economic advantage and geopolitical influence and strength, but profoundly national security. And this, of course, brings us to Maryland and why we're here. As the governor said, there's no place in the country more at the intersection of science, technology, national security, and discovery, and space exploration, and the life sciences than we are in Maryland. From NIST and NIH to NASA to FDA, Department of War, et cetera, Cyber Command, Aberdeen, we have in Maryland world-class research universities linked to the continuum of community colleges, preeminent private institutions as well. Maryland stands at the very fulcrum of the innovation capacity and capability of the nation. Today, Maryland, and the governor, I think, really brought this out in his agenda on regulation and tax and business and everything, and what we'll be discussing, Maryland is really at the fulcrum of these exponential technologies, but is an innovation learning laboratory itself as a state. On the AI and cybersecurity side, Morgan State is advancing inclusive research and workforce development through its partnerships with Google Reach and Amazon's Machine Learning University, many, many immersive programs. And of course, we know in quantum and the whole quantum initiative, the state of Maryland, with its flagship capital of quantum, is catalyzing over $1 billion in public-private investment with DARPA's-backed quantum testing hubs, and of course, the presence and expansions of really marquee companies such as INQ. So we are going to look at all these issues today, and winning this race is going to require, yes, investment, partnerships, but talent at scale, and the new model of partnerships like we are seeing here in Maryland, and the acceleration from the research bench to the creation of companies and scalable business, regulatory clarity. We had last week the release of the new draft AI policy framework with Senator Blackburn and the Trump administration. We want to make that a framework for the entire nation. And of course, we also want to make sure that the critical infrastructure in energy needed to power these technologies at scale is available here in Maryland as well. So I want to thank again and recognize our extraordinary co-hosts, Dr. Pines and Dr. Wilson, for their leadership, their partnership, their commitment. And there are many, many important people who are with us over the next few days. I want to quickly just mention a few because this is the opportunity to do so. And of course, having Governor Wes Moore with us this morning was just superb. But we'll also be joined by the Honorable Dario Gill, the Undersecretary of Science, Director of the Genesis Mission at the Department of Energy, Representative Lev Ivy of the 4th District of Maryland, the Honorable Dr. Sanjay Ray, Secretary of Maryland Higher Education Commission, Dr. Shirley Malcolm, a Morgan State University Regent and a national leader and treasurer in science and technology, Mr. John Alger, the President of American University, Dr. Gregory Washington, the President of George Mason University, Dr. Wayne Frederick, the President of Howard, Dr. Craig Martell, the CTO, and Dr. Tally Baynard, the Vice President, Technology Leaders at Lockheed Martin, Dr. Mark Peters, the CEO of MITRE, and of course, the Honorable Willie May, the Vice President for Research and Economic Development at Morgan State, former Director of NIST, Mr. Joe Porter, the Vice President of IT at Procter & Gamble, Dr. Gracie Nacho, the Director, Head of Technology Innovation Partnerships at the National Science Foundation, who just last week had a fabulous workshop with the University of Pittsburgh on technology commercialization that I had the honor to participate in, and Dr. Victor McQuarrie, the Vice Provost for National Security and Innovation at Catholic University, and the current chair of the National Science Board. So with that, I'm going to sit down and start a conversation with our two university president leaders. They are a dynamic duo, and I know they compete and collaborate on many things. In addition to science and technology and quantum AI, I think they also compete and collaborate around music and the arts and jazz. I'm in the wrong seat, but I think they can still hear me. I think we have to switch.
Yeah. Okay.
No, just
just you two. Okay.
Sure. Thank you. Otherwise, my mic's not there. Thank you. So let me start with you, Dr. Wilson, and you've been the president of Morgan State, really one of our storied HBCUs in the United States, and you've been president for 16 years. And when we came on the campus today, you gave us a little quick tour and eyesight of these incredible buildings and the architectural heritage and what's happened in economic development and everything. So just from the high point, in 16 years as president, you've really built this innovation capacity here and getting this institution ready to be an R1 research university.
Yeah. Well, Deborah, certainly I'm absolutely thrilled to be leading Morgan State University in the contemporary era. And I do think the body of work that we have undertaken here over the last decade and a half is because of what I call a co-visioning of the institution. It's not just, quote unquote, the president's vision. It was an opportunity to really understand the region thoroughly, comprehensively, to understand the ecosystem here in Baltimore, to figure out with a solid team, with a high-performing faculty, what should Morgan's role be in this constellation of very, very fine universities in the state. And through that co-visioning process, we landed in the place where we are now. And there's something unique about that. Morgan is the only public, comprehensive, high research institution in Maryland's largest city. And so that was the jumping off point. When we looked across the US and we saw cities of perhaps the same size as Baltimore, those cities, all of them were anchored by a very high R1 public research institution. And Baltimore was not. So that was the space for Morgan not to compete with our flagship College Park, not to compete with UMBC, not to compete with Johns Hopkins, but to be a very high R1 institution that is unique in how we look at the impact of research on marginalized communities and helping our city to embrace at a higher level its innovation capacity. So the long and short of it is, I think what you're seeing played out here is this beauty of the intersection of co-visioning with opportunity, with an understanding that at the end of the day, we will be exactly where the National Council on Competitiveness and where Governor Moore is charging, in the case of the council, the nation to be, and in the case of the governor, the largest city in the state of Maryland to be.
Thank you. And Dr. Pines, President Pines, you have been at Maryland, University of Maryland, for a long time in your career. You were very distinguished dean of engineering, and now as president, and much of what we're seeing today and in this whole leadership position you have in quantum, but in so many other fields, requires the engineering that you led many years ago. Share with us a little bit of that journey that you've seen as President Wilson has, and that transformation of where you are today, and then we'll go a little deeper here.
So first of all, thank you, Deborah, and thank you to the Council on Competitiveness for coming to the great state of Maryland and to the great University of Morgan State University and to the city of Baltimore today and to College Park tomorrow. We have an incredible state that has incredible assets that you heard from the governor. And the governor said it, and so I want you to remember the words that he said. He kept it really simple for all of us. So speed, intentionality, and competitiveness. Those are his opening remarks. He concluded with some final remarks, which were asset rich and strategy aligned. So I want you to remember those words for the next 2 days. Very simple, 5 words, 5 little statements made by our governor. So we, Dr. Wilson and I, went to Deborah and Chad about a little bit over a year ago and said, why don't you come to the great state of Maryland to host the council? And we were not on the radar screen at all. And fortunately, we were on the executive committee, and we could twist Deborah's arm a little bit with Chad, and they found a little opening for us in this window. And we're just so deeply grateful, because people don't know sometimes when you come to Washington, right here next to the nation's capital, how rich we are with the assets. So let me just give you a big scope, and now, of course, we'll in that context answer Deborah's question. So the state of Maryland has 60 federal agencies, centers, and institutes within the state, probably the largest number in the United States. And because of that, we're asset rich, just like the governor said. NIH, NASA Goddard, Pax River. In addition, all of these entities, because we're a small state, are within 60 miles of Morgan State and within 60 miles of College Park, all nearby. It's our unfair advantage. And now we're trying to reap the benefits, both of us, Morgan State and University of Maryland College Park, to leverage our strategy align, our partnership. So for us, I'll just speak to, even though today is about AI, I'll speak to engineering's connection to quantum. So when I was Dean of Engineering, and Pat O'Shea may remember this, there was a meeting back in about 2013 with Dean of my sister college, College of Computer, Mathematical, and Natural Sciences. And I just got invited to the meeting. I didn't know why I was going to the meeting, but our physicists were having this strategic conversation about the engineering side needed to invest in quantum. And I was totally ignoring it, to be honest with you. I was not paying attention. But the meeting included one of our innovators, Chris Monroe, a physicist who came up with the idea of did the research on the ion trapped technology, and one of his investors in his startup that had just emerged called IonQ. And the investor was a gentleman by the name of Mr. Weller, and he was at NEA, a very famous venture capitalist entity. And in that meeting, he said some things that I just couldn't believe. He said, I'm going to invest $40 million into this startup. That woke me up. It would wake you up. It woke me up. I'm like, whoa, what have I been missing? And so I went back to engineering. I said, we need to move quickly. Pat O'Shea wasn't the chair. He had just stepped down. He was a VPR and was just about to leave. But we decided to make a strategic investment in the facilities, in the talent acquisition, and in the innovation ecosystem to grow quantum in College Park, in the state. And fast forward to 2026, we are now one of the leading entities in the world in all things quantum. Last night, we had a talk from one of our faculty members named Dr. Saikat Guha, and he spoke about quantum networks and where that's heading. And it was just so exciting and exhilarating to listen to him. And I wish all of you could have heard it, because we're really on the precipice of something great, thanks to the investments made more than a decade ago, and thanks to the commitment by the governor and the General Assembly.
Thank you. And, in the time we have this morning, we're going to, over the next 2 days, go in so deeply into quantum and AI. So I want to take this opportunity to also, since you're leading, very broad research enterprises in both your institutions, and the governor mentioned these huge investments from AstraZeneca, the Samson Biologics, the council's launching our big new initiative under the commission on the future of bioeconomy writ large. And of course, this all plays into this. Can you share a little bit, first Dr. Wilson and then Dr. Pines, about what you're doing in the whole life sciences arena with this multi-trillion-dollar bioeconomy that's emerging too?
If you get back to our co-visioning and look at our how we are embracing place-making innovation, our strategic plan is Morgan 2030, aligned with the governor's vision, Maryland's decade, leading the future. And that was bold, because even as AI is engulfing us, what I'm saying to the university community is we are embracing it. We will not let it lead us. We have to partner with it in a way that will keep us focused on this bold shared vision. And so with that, we did a lot of ideating across the university on, once again, research that matters. As we undertook the research, and you're looking at the results, once again, looking at making sure that we are not divorced from marginalized communities, making sure that we can come back to the city of Baltimore in the region and say, this is the body of research we have undertaken, and this is why you should care. We identified several research centers here at Morgan, and have taken those to the state. The state has responded, I should say, by funding those research centers in perpetuity. This is not a grant. And so we have 8 state-funded research centers here in all of those spaces for a total annual state appropriation of $22 million a year. That has enabled us here at Morgan, just in the last 4 years, to hire close to 100 new tenure track faculty. And so when the governor stood there and talked about the fact that he is committed to investing in higher education, yes, education writ large, but certainly in higher ed, and then within that particular constellation, within the promise of flagship institutions that you're hearing from President Pines, and in the promise of those who are on the path to lead the future. And so that's what you're hearing here. So we have a center for health equity, We have a Center for Equitable AI Machine Learning Systems. And we are embracing every word of that because we don't want to look up. And the governor did say everyone across the world is trying to outcompete everyone else. And we refuse here at Morgan to be on the sidelines. We want to be central to that, and we want to, in the biological sciences, in the life sciences, in AI, even in terms of looking at behaviors that can get in the way of that if they're not addressed. So we have a national center here for the elimination of educational disparities, a national center here for the reduction of violence. Those things that you have to address in a society if you really are going to be true to bringing everyone and every ounce of potential that everyone has along with you on the ride.
Fantastic. And I'll just follow up before I turn to President Pines. You were sharing about how Morgan State, with the bridge across the highway, has played just a pivotal role in the whole economic revitalization writ large of this area. So being an urban campus is something also that makes you a laboratory of the future.
That's correct. I'll be shorter here. And if for those of you who kind of understand the history of the institution, and I hope you get a chance to kind of go outside and take a look. But just right across the street when I arrived here, that was a dilapidated crime site. Absolutely. I just could not believe that. And so we couldn't begin our journey in this kind of highfalutin, very high research space if, for example, we're not tackling that which is right under our fingernail. And so that's what we did. We spent an inordinate amount of time aligning all of these interests. And as a result of that, we were able to totally redevelop that. You should walk across the street and look at it. For the first time in almost 50 years now, this area has a supermarket, things we take for granted. It has shops and restaurants, and we, with the building on the corner here, that's a $171 million facility with all kinds of great research labs in there, and then two across the street, another $200 million. And so, yes, we live in our beautiful city of Baltimore. We embrace all of it. And in embracing all of it, we want to be a central part of the story when it's told about Baltimore's complete transformation and one of the most desirable places to innovate, grow, and prosper in America.
Thank you. Dr. Pines, of course, in space and aerospace and biology, biotech, I mean, you are, again, a powerhouse. Share a little bit about that and the extent to which you see the interconnectivity with the AI and quantum revolutions that you're leading.
Well, as the governor said,
The lighthouse
industries are just what you said: life sciences, biosciences, cyber, information sciences, AI, quantum, and aerospace and defense. And he is, as President Wilson just mentioned, aligned the entire state, including the academic institutions like College Park. But years ago, about a decade ago, we have, again, had all these assets, but not strategically aligned in the life sciences. And we got together through a bill that was in the General Assembly that created an initiative that my colleague, Bruce Gerald, who's sitting in the back there, who's the president at University of Maryland, Baltimore, him and I were both at our respective institutions, and part of that discussion led to a strategic alignment between the two of our institutions in the life sciences. And the initiative was called the Empower Initiative, which provided about roughly the same amount of funds, about $20 million at that time, to force an alignment between these two institutions, but primarily in the life sciences, where the School of Medicine is at the University of Maryland, Baltimore, and we've got computer science and engineering and physics. And so let me tell you what that led to just within the last 4 years. Something really, really important, not even co-located at our institutions, it's actually co-located in Montgomery County. So together with University of Maryland, Baltimore, we created an Institute on Health Computing, which leverages artificial intelligence to mine medical records. The partnership is also with the University of Maryland Medical System, and they are the ones who are the owners of 6 million medical records that can be anonymized and that we can parse through that data. That data has already reaped new benefits in terms of looking at images of people who have cardiac disease in their heart, and having those scans be automated through artificial intelligence to determine if you have symptoms that are going to long-term symptoms that be related to cardiac arrest. So it's been fascinating to do this work now and to have the access to the partnerships that are really important for strategic alignment. So University of Maryland, Baltimore, College Park, and the University of Maryland Medical System, and it's co-located not far away from NIH in Rockville. And this is exciting because now we are starting to have another partnership, as you heard from the governor, which may involve AstraZeneca as being co-located with us to help do some additional AI for biopharma. So this is really exciting and really growing the economic interest in the life sciences.
Great.
Excuse me, Deborah, can I
Please
just
jump
make
in.
so we are in the early stages of planning a medical school here at Morgan as well, which we received a grant to take 18 months to do that. We have briefed the state on it. It would be a public, nonprofit medical school. If everything turns out the way that we are thinking, we could possibly be ready to welcome an entering class in the fall of 2030 or 2031. I say that because we have very, very strong programs here in biology and chemistry and in the biological sciences, but this is going to also enable us in a non-competitive way, but in a way that's going to augment what you just heard from President Pines and what you would hear from President Gerald as well. What's currently happening across the state, and we are bringing something new to that. So stay tuned.
And of course, partnering with Johns Hopkins,
Yep.
both of you in the life sciences and medical research and others is a tremendous other asset as well.
And both of those institutions have been just tremendous partners for us and are very open to continuing and deepening those partnerships.
The one topic I want a little bit more before we have some final concluding remarks is you both also are powerhouses in cybersecurity and the cyber infrastructure in which all of this depends. How do you see our progress in that? I know, the governor mentioned the Naval Academy. They were the first service academy that built cybersecurity into all 4 years of the undergraduate curriculum there. Share a little bit about your leadership in cyber. And again, you see this as enabling or still being a challenge for the rollout of AI and quantum, because it's huge implications for quantum systems, obviously. We'll start with you this time.
Oh, sure. So, the state is really rich in national security assets. So, as you know, NSA is co-located in our state at Fort Meade. And because of that, years ago, there were strategic partnerships with the higher education community, Morgan State, UMBC, College Park, and also UMGC in just the specific domain space of cybersecurity. We all took a piece of the puzzle. We were focused primarily on research. UMBC was focused on workforce development. UMGC was focused on supporting the warfighter and online courses in cybersecurity. So we've been supporting that apparatus, that national security apparatus, for many, many years. But now with the advent of AI, we have taken it to a higher level of sort of collaboration and workforce development, at least at College Park, through our UARC, which is called ARLIS, our Applied Research Lab for Intelligence and Security. We do additional work that's related to the artificial intelligence side of the security and cybersecurity problem. So we're really excited about the future, especially in the research side of how we can help improve our security and defenses in the area of cybersecurity.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we also have a really thriving research center here addressing that, led by Professor Kevin Carnegie. That's sort of on the research side, and we are turning out some incredible PhDs in this area. And in addition, we also have a cybersecurity academic degree program here. But one of the things that we have been giving a lot of thought to and will be rolling out soon is a suite of badges, a suite of certificates that we want to embed in every undergraduate degree program at Morgan. We don't necessarily want to dissuade students from majoring in the liberal arts if they want to. but we want to give them an opportunity to perhaps get a certificate in cybersecurity or a certificate in AI or a certificate in one of these other areas that we think will make them super competitive.
In the job market.
Competitiveness, absolutely, and also would lead to higher incomes.
Great. Well, I wanted to ask each of you before we conclude, what do you hope will come out of our 2-day competitiveness conversation? You've already, got the assets, great people, a fantastic governor, investment. There are challenges on the federal side, but as the governor said, we need to fill those gaps with private sector and other investment. What do you think when we leave tomorrow evening that we'll have a robust agenda for accelerating here? Start with you, Dr. Wilson.
Well, I might say ACC, and it is alignment, collaboration, equal competitiveness. And that's what I think you are hearing or will be hearing from us is there's not this going to be competition within the institution. Within the institutions, it is how do we make sure that we are aligned with what the state is saying, that the needs of the state are, and then how do we look across the sector and say this is a great place to collaborate, and then we take that to the state, even in a joint funding opportunity, and there you have it. You have the vision of Maryland having the best decade that perhaps it has had, and it will be leading the nation and perhaps the world in competitiveness.
Great. Dr. Pine.
So I hope you guys, as I do in all of these council on competitiveness forums, will get 3 things out of this. If you don't, then we've all failed. Number 1, that you're going to learn something you haven't ever heard before. And maybe that was from the governor. Speed, intentionality, competitiveness. Asset rich, strategic aligned. So hopefully you learned something new today. Number 2, that you hear a new model of innovation and alignment that you have never heard before. And then finally, as Dr. Wilson said, that you meet a new person, you partner, you collaborate, and you walk away with a new relationship that's been built by coming to this forum. If we haven't done those 3 things, then you haven't really squeezed out as much as you can squeeze out of these forums. They're really with great people. You'll have some great talent on this stage later today and tomorrow. So hopefully you get those 3 things.
Thank you. And I certainly believe that here in Maryland, we're not only going to learn and understand, but we're going to accelerate that menu of all the ingredients for a robust national innovation system where the regions and the places are driving the meals that we're going to share in the future. And I just have to say that having both of you as the co-leaders from this is a new model. And you've been wonderful partners. Your teams have been fantastic, the council team, and I know we'll have another opportunity to thank everybody, but it's been great. And before we get off the stage, we have a formal recognition for both of you. So I'd like you to join me on this. I was thinking, when's the best place to do it? And I thought, well, after the governor's speech, of course it's the best time to do it right now. So bear with me a moment. So we have a tradition in the Council on Competitiveness for great leaders in our country to award them a National Competitiveness Award. And we do this at wonderful events such as this and our national meeting. But this is a very special American-made ship's navigation award.
Wow.
And it's symbolic because of the lighthouse and because you all are navigating into the future. We heard about the North Star. You have the beautiful Chesapeake Bay. You were important in all of our Revolutionary War, the War of 1812, and now going forward. So it's symbolic of your leadership and your vision. So may I present this one first to you?
Thank you.
Dr. Wilson,
Thank
for
you.
your tremendous leadership. Excuse me. You get the other one.
Sure.
Excuse me. Dr. Pines, this is in
Thank you.
recognition of your leadership
you.
in higher education and engineering, Science and Technology, and also both of you for being tremendous leaders in the Council on Competitiveness. You have many other things to do and many other ways to contribute, and we are very honored and grateful that you give us of your time and talent and your brilliance. So
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, please welcome to the stage Mr. Troy LeMay Stovall, CEO of TEDCO, Mr. Wayne Swan, Head of Tech Transfer here at Morgan State University, and Dr. Pat O'Shea, VP for Research at the University of Maryland, College Park, for a discussion regarding the state of Maryland's leadership in technology commercialization.
Good morning. How's everybody doing? Good? Good. I was going to do an intro, but I think she's walked out on me. I was going to take my point of privilege. I serve as the CEO of TEDCO. For those that don't know, TEDCO is the state's early stage tech and life science venture capital arm. We'll learn more about that later. I was going to introduce, I saw my board chairperson, Miss Ellen Flowers Fields from College of Southern Maryland. I think she's walked out the room, but I had to acknowledge her anyway because it's performance review time. So I had to make sure I get that out. So Dr. May, you asked me to do this, and for those that don't know, that know me, I'm highly unscripted. And so God only knows what you're going to get here in the next 30 or so minutes. So to continue that theme, I am an engineer, computer scientist by training. But what I love is history. I particularly love something called etymology. Anybody know what etymology is? The history of words. Well, for our folks at the Council of Competitiveness, I don't know if I'm sure you guys know this, but the root of the word compete, we think of compete as something we're striving and always trying to compete against someone and beat somebody. But the actual Latin root of the word means to work together, to do it together. And so I'd say that's what we're trying to do over these next 2 days, right? Is how do we do this together? And that's what my good friends, Dr. Wilson and Dr. Pines, got up here talking about. How do we do this together? So as I introduce my two good friends up here, my first question is, define for you what competition means, Wayne and Pat, but also, what do you like to compete in?
Well, I guess I'll go first.
There you go.
When I was very young, I had an older sister, liked to play games. I loved to compete against her in Monopoly. And early on, she beat me every time.
Did you have to get the purple properties, or you wanted Boardwalk and Park Place?
I actually wanted St. James, Tennessee.
Those are some good ones. Oh, those are some good ones.
Those. Anyway, so I learned to compete early against someone who was older. And then she stopped playing with me when I kept beating her. So I take that monopoly and negotiation and trying to get housing and building, et cetera, pass and go as many times as you can, into my professional life and research, first 14 years in that, and then in transitioning to technology transfer.
We'll talk about that, yeah.
40 years ago.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
So competing today, I compete against myself.
Huh?
Okay. I find I'm really tough on myself. All right. And I compete against myself. And in tech transfer, I compete against the national averages and metrics.
Absolutely. Pat, what do you compete in? And what's the word competition mean for you?
I like to run.
Like to run? Marathons,
No,
5Ks?
I'm a sprinter. So in high school, I was on the 4x100 relay team.
Oh, you and I.
And we weren't that fast, but you know what it is? You don't drop the baton.
You don't drop the baton.
So
as long as you don't drop the baton.
We beat the other high school, the private high school, with the fast guys because we couldn't.
And what does compete mean? To do it
together. But what do I do now? I'm still competitive because for the past 3 days, I competed in the U.S. National Orienteering Championships here in Maryland. Now, you might wonder, what is orienteering?
What the heck is that? Yes.
It's about navigating and getting lost in the woods. You get a map. You go out over several square miles of trackless forest. You got to find these little flags that are, spread all over the place and not get lost. So you got to know where your lighthouse is, know where your North Star is, and I do that every weekend.
So one of the lighthouse sectors is position navigate. Sound like that's something.
Well, it's exactly in the current environment.
Kind of fits.
In current environment, navigating an uncertainty is a key to success.
Amen.
And not giving up.
So what's competition mean?
Well, it means competing and sort of working together as sort of one Maryland is the way I see it. And there is a lot of competition now locally and globally. I mean, I was in Ireland for many years.
I didn't hear the accent.
You didn't hear the accent. Well, I grew up near Baltimore.
Well, that's what I'm hearing.
The other Baltimore. But when I was there, I had heard about this Baltimore, and this was a world leader in innovation. Right, this is where the railroad started. This is where near the telegraph started, and we had the world's largest steel mill over there in Sparrows Point.
Amen.
That's what I heard. When I came here, things weren't going so well. So, I'm dedicated to making Baltimore and the state of Maryland number one when it comes to the economic development of it. I mean, that's really what we got to do.
So that's
my competition.
Let's do some better introductions. So let's start with you, Pat. So let's talk a little bit about University of Maryland, what you do there, and how that relates to this competition.
Yeah, so I'm the Chief Research Officer of the University of Maryland, the Baltimore campus just over there, and College Park, because back, as you guys know, several years ago, we united our research efforts, okay? And the first thing we did was to unite our research innovation through Ventures. So my colleague Dean Chang over there, where's Brian Darmody over there,
Yep.
right? And Jim Hughes, I don't know if he's here, but way back, 2012, we decided that there was a big problem we need to solve in Maryland. Since we kind of had a single industry economy, if anything went wrong with the federal government, we need to have a bit of diversity. So the first thing we did.
So you before head of the curve.
Yeah. And so working with your predecessors, right, on, getting the Maryland Innovation Initiative started and all of that. So that's been really important and, working internally to get our promotion and tenure criteria aligned with the spirit of entrepreneurship, which they really weren't. Okay.
Gotcha. So my introduction real quick, and I did a little bit, because that leads me, and you kind of did a little intro. So as I said, I lead TEDCO. TEDCO is the state's venture capital arm, but we surround that entrepreneur with all the resources they need. So if they need a lab, if they need a lawyer, if they need just space, we do that. But one of the key efforts that we have at TEDCO is called the Maryland Innovation Initiative, MII, where we help with the tech transfer at our friends at the University of Maryland College Park, at Morgan State, at UMB, UMBC, and so we're very proud of that. And Wayne sits on that board. So Wayne, tell us a little bit about what you do here at Morgan.
Well, Morgan is what I would have to say is a latecomer. We're here at Morgan today. Morgan has had a technology transfer office for 8 years. So we're 8 years young, so to speak. Tomorrow will be at College Park, where in 1986, I was happy to be the founder of the tech transfer office there. It was the first public research university's tech transfer office, following behind Hopkins, who had one at the medical school. Fran Meyer had started that. So we are 8 years young. And I think after College Park, which was a public research university, went to APL at Hopkins, started an office there, and then retired and came out to do something, well, worthwhile here. So came out of retirement, answered the call. And I have to say that in the 40 years, because I think I may be one of a few people here who has been in the trenches in those 40 years, and also being on the outside looking in startup companies and the like. I have seen a dramatic increase. And you measure, you're not like a company and you're looking at your quarterly profits and what you're doing and your stakeholder returns on investment. You're looking in 10-year blocks. This are historical, large organizations with different missions than you would have with companies and our other partners. So big transformation came when TEDCO was formed. Another one, MII, started.
No, we've been almost coming up on 30 years. In a couple of years, it'll be 30
Yes,
years.
yes. So you start looking at those 10, but there, if I look at Hopkins, I look at College Park, I look at UMB, UMBC, I look at those entities, and APL as well, is a little bit different flavor to your tech transfer and government funding. I have seen dramatic increases, very dramatic increases. And there was a time where we were starting out and everybody was comparing us to Massachusetts. And
still do.
And people still do. And the questions that were always put to me, I think I was, right before I retired at APL, what came up a lot was, why aren't we doing more? Why aren't we doing what Massachusetts is doing? Why can't we compete with Massachusetts? And I was giving a talk to a licensing executive society meeting in the region, and I decided to do a talk on, is the grass greener inferred in Massachusetts? So what I did is I looked at, well, what's the input? How much research is being conducted there to your outputs? How many inventions, tech transfer, licensing, patents, startup companies? And what I found, yes, Massachusetts was indeed greener. They had higher numbers. They actually had the same amount of inputs, research expenditures, 2.1 to 2.2 billion in that year, based on autumn data. So when you were trying to say, well, maybe the outputs are bigger than inputs, no, they were still higher. All 5 major categories that I have tracked since Autumn started tracking data, they were higher. So you ask, what was this friction point? I think was a key point. What's the friction? Friction slows progress down, slows momentum. What's the key at a university? And I found one. I found one that was telling, which I thought, wow, that is really something. And it was the number of gardeners that the universities have.
Wait a minute, gardeners like people tilling the...
No, not that way.
Okay.
Let me explain. So when I looked at how many technology transfer professionals were in the offices of tech transfer in Maryland versus Massachusetts, MIT, for example, Harvard example, ones that had tech transfer offices for decades and decades before we had our first one, by the way, they had many more decades of experience, but they had twice the number of gardeners tending the crops to bring in the yield from your seed corn. So, but when you looked and you did a per capita gardener to the outputs, we were higher in all the categories. Now that's what I look at in competing with ourselves. What's our output and outcomes per the input? As Morgan has gone from $12 million up to 72 now on all the fine effort at the university, we continue to grow.
I like that.
Talk about that a little more later.
I like that. So I was sitting here looking at, you brought this up here, but it's a medicine bottle without no medicine in it. So I just want to make sure you ain't got to take some medicine. You just forgot.
I'm cool.
Is it like you got to take medicine like 10 minutes?
I got to look at it, Yeah, I got to look at it.
This kind of makes you just have to look at it and it goes inside of you?
It's one of my props, You want me to talk about it?
You want to talk about why you bring this medicine bottle up here sitting there? Is this for me or for you? You pausing there gives
I'm pausing, but I just wanted to riff a little bit first on what Wayne said. I mean, we learned a lot from Massachusetts. I was just remembering Bruce Jarl and I and Chancellor Perman and some others went up to Massachusetts, maybe 2012, 2013, just to learn what was going on the ground there. And that was really informative to see what they were doing. But so, the goal of every politician is to get reelected or even elected, right? And what gets them elected is jobs and a vibrant economy.
Votes gets them elected.
Votes gets them elected, but if the people are happy, so
I'm sorry for the technicality.
if people are happy, they get elected. So, what's this got to do with this generic medicine thing? This is for high blood pressure. I went to my doctor and said, "Oh, you got high blood pressure. Take this generic thing." Okay. So, like I said, I oversee research at College Park, quantum, AI, that kind of stuff. I also oversee research at Baltimore.
Okay.
Pharmacy, medicine. Okay. And how do you connect those two pillars, which seem to be pretty far apart, quantum and pharmacy, together? And how do we connect that to the economy and jobs? Well, President Pines mentioned the Institute for Health Computing, which is a joint institute between Baltimore and College Park. We also have the IBBR nearby, which is another joint institute. So quantum, and you'll hear about this tomorrow, enables AI.
Yep.
AI enables personalized medicine. You heard about that from President Pines, right?
Yep.
Then you've got personal medicine. So you go to the doctor and you say, okay, you don't have just generic high blood pressure. You have Troy's high blood pressure but now what are you going to do? You don't want to take this generic drug. So it turns out quantum computers are ideally suited to designing personalized medicine, right? Now, how do you convert that into jobs? Well, I want Maryland to become the manufacturer of precision pharmaceuticals. We've got a lot of pharmaceutical and biomedical research.
No question.
We've got AstraZeneca.
No question.
Here. We've got Becton Dickinson that makes the equipment.
Yep.
But we're not making a whole lot.
No, we do not.
Ireland is making all the stuff that's designed here. So we need to bring those jobs back to Maryland, high quality jobs like we had at Spurs Point all those years ago, where we're manufacturing things here in Maryland, using our talent.
No question.
All of that.
No,
so that's what that's all.
No, and I appreciate. Well, it's not for me, so I put it clear to you. I want to be clear on that point. But no, just as a side point for the next topic here is an investor, early stage investor in tech and life sciences.
Yeah.
Particularly for some of our med tech and even our regenerative medicine. A lot of them do leave. They go to North Carolina. They go to Tennessee.
Exactly.
And we have seen that excess. And actually, we are working with the governor and the legislators to think about how do we bring real investments into manufacturing. So we absolutely get that. So look, this thing in front of me and this whole conference and the magical words of the day are AI. That's the magic words of the day. Wave the wand and everything's AI. And I just got to say as a sidebar, for those that don't know, AI been around since the 1950s. AI been around for more than a minute. I think as we talked last night, what brought it to a retail component was ChatGPT brought it to everybody's desktop, just like the desktop brought computing from the mainframe to everyone's. And so I get it, but I think there's a little, and I want to talk to you, but I want to talk to you, Wayne, about how AI and quantum here at Morgan State are driving the agenda here, but also back to the competitive part, how it's driving the competitiveness for Maryland to move forward.
Well, when I look at AI and quantum, I actually think we're probably at the start of maybe the 7th big wave of innovation. I mean, you're starting about industrial revolution,
right?
Long time periods between the next wave. Waves are getting shorter between them. Biotech, which I was in 50 years ago, still producing innovations. I think when you're talking about AI and quantum, you're talking about big I. Now, big I, of course, major thrust in big innovation rather than incremental little I innovation. Do you want to lead or are you going to be a follower? I mean, if you're a leader, you're doing AI research. Highly risky, highly costly. And when I say risk, then you have issues that come up downstream from having an idea in something and then doing the standard analysis. Well, what's the market? What's the revenue? What's the profit margin? What kind of ROI am I going to get? And you're evaluating the technology and the businesses on the potential, but you're using little I incremental innovations to do analysis. So
I like that.
a change agent, if you want to lead instead of follow, where you're kind of, even if you're a close follower, it's hard to overtake the ones that are in the lead. So it means moving at the speed of quantum if you want to lead. If you're not moving at the speed of quantum in AI and quantum, and I also agree that cybersecurity infects everything like a virus, if you will.
What's the basis of it's got to be the basis.
Yes, well, everything relies on that.
side.
You could have trusted AI. So when you're looking at that, it's big money. I think one of the tech hubs got a funding for AI. Another one got one for quantum.
Correct.
When we were moving to one.
Correct.
Well, they were getting $40 million over 5 years, $8 million a year. To me, that's nice. That's good money for 5 years, and if you pull it together. But if you're going to talk about leading, you're talking about an order of magnitude. You're not talking about giving.
Got to add a zero.
TEDCO 5. Well, yeah, to 5 million.
Got to add a zero.
I actually, look for history. I love history. I look in Maryland at something that I thought, what did Maryland do in a big way when it was something very important? And I conjure back to something akin to the Kerwin Commission on Education, where it took a while, and you maybe can't move at quantum if you're going to do a 2-year commission, but you could start with a core, build a commission around leading in these critical, I'll call it the big three, if you will, big I innovations, and look at, 100 million, 200, 300 million dollars. I mean, I'm talking about a lot of money, but it's risky. And you're not going to get that kind of commitment unless you do that kind of a commission with all the stakeholders coming together.
I love it.
But you can start small.
But again, that's competing together.
That is together.
That's together.
I mean, the Tech Hub was a good example of bringing innovation initiatives together with Morgan and Hopkins, University of Maryland, Baltimore.
What GBC did to bring all those entities, the public and the private sector together.
I would say it was probably the first real collaborative effort.
I agree with that.
And I think that has to be extended to the state.
Agreed.
Not just in the Baltimore region, but that's where
100% agree.
90% of innovation happens in this region, in Maryland. 90% of the over $5 billion in research.
So I want to bring the audience to a conversation I had with Pat last night at the University House. Thank you again, President Pines, for hosting us. We got this conversation about AI, as most of our conversations are. So I want Pat to talk about, because we were talking about how to rethink what I think is not want to say a misnomer, but a different way to think about how we should think about AI.
Okay, so I'd like to flip AI to IA. What is IA? Intelligence augmentation. Because when we talk about AI, it sounds like something over there in the data center that we have no control over.
What Paul was just is I said, what the heck? Why do I want intelligence that's artificial?
Yeah.
Why would I want that to drive what I do?
You want real intelligence, and
Right.
you want to augment your intelligence, right? So we have agency over it. I think that's fundamentally important. And that brings in the humanities, the social sciences, and all that, because as scientists, we know AI is great, computer science, we all love it, but we really have to engage, all of the social sciences, business, everything. That's really important, because the social impacts of this are going to be huge. I mean, as you said, AI isn't new, but it's reaching the public consciousness. Just like the Industrial Revolution didn't start the day the steam engine was invented. It was around for a long time, then it got going. But one of the things that did happen with the Industrial Revolution is there's something called the Engels pause. Now, you like history. Who was Engels? He was a friend of Marx, okay? People don't talk about it much. But basically what happened was certain people benefited quickly from the Industrial Revolution, and most people didn't for decades and decades. The artisans lost their jobs. It took a long time before ordinary people in Baltimore and everywhere else benefit. So we want to avoid the Engels pause of AI, because we hear talk about people are going to lose their jobs. Maybe other people are going to get jobs. We need to work with social sciences, with businesses, to sort of fully understand how we can bring the whole community along and not just a few getting rich on that. So
Love it. So as we close, we have a few minutes left. I was at church yesterday, and the pastor was giving this analogy about doing your part. And he talked about, and I ran track too. I ran the 4x4 and the 4x100.
we should go out and do it.
Oh, we can do it right now.
There's a track out there. I saw it coming
There's
in.
a track
Okay,
right next door.
I'm
Dave
ready
got
to
some
go.
batons, got some
Yeah,
guys.
okay, all right.
I got to put my shoes on, get right next door. We get this on. Cameras and everything.
Yeah, we'll do it.
Madam Chair back there, this is not part of my performance review. Just to be clear on this, okay? And he talked about how he saw this runner running this race, Wayne. He was running, and he was way ahead of everybody else, And he gets to the finish line, and he slows down. And he doesn't finish first.
Yeah.
He doesn't finish second. He doesn't finish third. It's 8 people in the race. He finishes 7th. This is a true story. And so as we close and we think about competition and what you're doing at Morgan and what you're doing with our University of Maryland campuses, how do we make sure in 4 to 5 years we're going to finish the race first?
Well, collaboration with competitiveness is great. I would not be doing my due diligence for Morgan without saying how fast we're running. We're not slowing down. We're not going to finish 7th. 12 years ago is when Morgan started a division of research and economic development. 12 years. 8 years ago, a tech transfer office. We're now getting an innovation every 8 days.
Wow.
We're up to 300 innovations now, when what I call pre-President Wilson and post-President Wilson. Pre-President Wilson, we
like
had
a BC,
we could
like
find
a BC,
yes, it is.
AD kind of
Yes,
thing? Okay.
absolutely. Before President Wilson and a strategic vision from Oregon came, I could find one documented intellectual property disclosure in its history. I could find 0 patent applications, 0 issued patents, 0 technology transfer agreements, and 0 startup companies. So an update, innovation every 8 days, 300 innovations. We just got awarded our 50th US patent. We are now getting a US patent every month now. We have 52 US utility patents pending. We have a long runway. We're not slowing down in anything, we're speeding up. What made it possible was an investment by the state legislature, along with TEDCO being formed, partnerships, MIPS programs helping us, our partner institutions, SBIR, STTR funding. Our office has generated over $20 million in research funding in commercialization pathway funding and initiatives to bring Morgan from R2 to R1, in particular areas like AI, for example. We have as Willie May would say, in the oven, we have 7 startup companies in the oven. One of them is our first in quantum. We have other ones in AI.
We want to fund them at TEDCO.
Once we started getting funding from the state in those areas and big areas of research, we started producing that seed corn coming out. And so we're still early, still in a growth phase. We're not mature by any sense. So in the interest of time, I will stop there.
So you're tilling the soil with those gardeners.
Yes, we're doing all the things to nurture.
There you go.
Yeah.
Pat, what's going on? So how are we going to make sure that the University of Maryland, those 2 campuses, helps the state make sure we're running fast and finish that?
Exactly. Well, I can go back to my relay analogy at the beginning, right? I mean, I used to say my goal is to take market share from you and you and you and you, right? But that's like just being a pirate, okay, just stealing, right? I mean, that's not going to work. I mean, we have to work collectively in partnership to increase the pie for everybody. A sort of one Maryland, right? If we're all competing for the same federal dollar or the same state dollar, that's not good enough. We really have to work together fully in partnership, and that's what we've been doing now for many years. It's not just the individual campuses. We're meeting, we meet with TEDCO all the time. We're working very closely with the governor's office. I mean, the MII was a good example where we established something, Maryland Innovation Initiative, which supports early stage startups. We didn't just push that for Baltimore and College Park. We wanted that for all of the universities in the state, including Hopkins. Okay.
Let me, because we have a little bit of time, but real quick, this is a quick kind of 2 word, 2-3 words. So how do we make sure, what's the thing that we have to avoid so that we make sure we do cross that finish line? What's the 2 things, Pat, Wayne, that we have to avoid not doing or stop doing, that we make sure we're crossing that finish line as fast as possible?
3 things we should do.
Okay.
Make sure we're producing the talent,
Yep.
which we are. Make sure the state has a tax-friendly environment for industry. And also make sure the regulatory environment in the state is supportive. Because you go to South Carolina, all these other places, they've got a different environment which is more attractive. So it's not just about startups, and we do a lot with startups.
Right.
Part of our goal is to bring in some of the big dogs.
No question.
Well, we got to do that. And so that's a partnership with the state so that we don't trip over ourselves, because of our previous focus just in the federal government. We need to make sure that transactional tax environment, talent environment is good.
Wayne?
One word is investment. And second part of that is you don't have to create the infrastructure that we already have.
Yep.
You can invest in that with new programs dedicated to the 3 big I's, 3 big areas, and big I in those areas, with what we have. And then you can build on that through, again, more of a overview commission with everybody weighing in and then structuring that pathway forward. The commercialization pathway has this one, friction area, which I talked about with gardeners. The other one is once the startup companies are formed and MII takes them out, then you're talking about headco on the financial side. And the big problem that I've seen on both sides of the equation is how do those companies that could have, a lot of risk to them, how do you get that funding when people are looking at, well, what's your product and what's your whatever? The big guy, you lose.
Yep.
And Niels Reimers, who started the Stanford Tech Transfer Office, which I met when I was first starting out in '86, he told me that he really went back and forth on whether to even file the Cohn-Boyer patents, which was the genetic engineering basis of the whole industry. And Cohn-Boyer both said, we didn't intend on creating an industry. It was an interesting piece of science, and they filed a patent. He said he almost didn't file it.
Gotcha.
So big I would say, look for everything, even if you can't see what the product is today. In fact, they may be the ones that are most impactful.
I like that. Well, look, again, Dr. Wilson, Dr. Pines, thank you for bringing us together here at the wonderful Morgan State. Thank you all for your time today. Pat, Wayne, thank you. Thank you all. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good job. Good job.
Thank you.
Folks, I lost a bet to myself. I was thinking over the weekend, there's no way in the heck we're going to be on time. How am I going to try to get us back on schedule? And fact is, we're right on time. So thanks to all of the past panels on sticking to their allotted times. So now let's welcome back the Honorable Deborah Wynne-Smith, along with President David Wilson, and have them joined by Dr. Bruce Jarrell, President of the University of Maryland, Baltimore, Dr. and I'm going to butcher this name, Anupam Joshi, Vice Provost and Chief AI Officer, University of Maryland, Baltimore County, to share their thoughts on why Maryland's anchor universities are ideal catalysts for place-based innovation.
All right, what's that? We don't want to do too much about those, right? Yep. Thank you.
My president me with
management by surprise. I
Yes.
had no idea I was to sit down and do this.
Yes, and that just shows how great it is when we're not over scripted,
Yeah.
right? The most insightful things come out. So thank you all. And I wanted to start by saying, we're talking about place-based innovation. And maybe another way to talk about it that's more forward-looking is place-making innovation, as opposed to base being kind of a platform, static. Making is movement, action, moving forward. So I'd like to start with you, President Gerald from the University of Maryland in Baltimore. And you, of course, have a tremendous background in health, the medical sciences, and the life sciences. And we've already talked a little bit about, the bioeconomy, this multi-trillion-dollar economy that's merging, where biological processes are now being applied to mining and, of course, in ag and health and everything. How do you see, with the innovation at the universities in Maryland, really turbocharging that? Because this industry itself is just on the cusp of huge transformation, and we can't live without human health. It's huge, tremendous for productivity. We have to have food. We have to have water. And AI and quantum all contribute these as well. But let us hear from your perspective as president of the University of Maryland and on this place making this the place. What are the ingredients?
Focus. I think it's all about focus. It's all about making sure you know what you do well, making sure that you know what you're competing with. And in the last conversation, I heard about competing. I compete with disease. That's my competitor. And I never lose track of that. So from the biological sciences point of view, we have maintained a very high focus on sticking with biological processes. We're a health sciences and law university, so we don't have AI scientists in the basic sense. We have them in the applied sense. And so making sure that those people who have those skills are applying it in pharmacy and medicine, et cetera, I think is the way I would say we're making our place. That is maintaining focus. And I would say in the current environment of the NIH funding situation, keeping your eye on the ball is all it's about. And so that would be my answer about how we're keeping our place. We can talk about placemaking later, but
Okay.
that's how we're staying in line with where we are.
Yes. Oops.
Oops.
There, you got it. Sorry. Well, let me ask you a similar starting question, Dr. Josie, and a little bit on the partnerships in the workforce development that keep that place, but also moving to the making dimension.
So certainly, I'll start with the partnership, right? You heard from Dr. President Pines about the IHC, which is College Park and UMB, and we play a small role. But there is another partnership along similar lines where UMB, UMBC, College Park, and Hopkins all come together. It's an anchor grant between Hopkins and UMB called ICTR, right? But when this grant started over a decade ago, we raised our hands and said, we will run the AI and cybersecurity core. This grant has a notion of cores, right? And so we've been collaborating across campuses. So collaboration is fairly alive and well. Systemness, at least across the USM schools, is fairly alive and well. We could probably each list multiple instances where our campuses work together, and you've heard some described already. In terms of workforce, right? I mean, that's as President Pine said, back when cybersecurity was happening, College Park was focused on some elements, and we were focused on the workforce, sort of the advanced researchy workforce, but workforce nevertheless, right? So we, depending on who you ask and which year you count, we're the number one provider of talent to a three-lettered agency that has no stop sign between their campus and our campus. So in that workforce, right, we work closely. We talk to our partners in the state, we talk to industry. I can give you lots of examples. For instance, at UMBC, we have 2 IUCRCs, right? Which, for those of you who are not familiar, are NSF-funded centers, but NSF only gives you the budget to run the operation. The research money all has to be raised from industry, right? And so we have centers like that and lots of other ways where we work with the industry to make sure that the workforce that's coming out, whether it is in AI, whether it is in quantum. And again, I'll echo what my colleague had said earlier. For me, this is the 3rd AI hype cycle that I'm living through. My PhD dissertation, more years ago than I would care to count, was in AI, and that was sort of one of the tail ends of a hype cycle where no one wanted to hire a faculty member in AI. But for colleagues of mine, this is the 5th AI hype cycle they're seeing. Right? UMBC gave its first PhD in AI in 1985. So we have been at this sort of mix of research and workforce, working collaboratively with our sister institutions.
So I'll ask this of both of you. The traditional process for clinical trials of pharmaceuticals, are testing various molecules for safety, efficacy, and the traditional thing is, well, you get the very end of the pipeline and then you find out that the potential drug has a toxicity, and you're talking about millions and millions of dollars. And so with the FDA here in the backyard, and we certainly need and say that the FDA, because it has a very high bar for approving the safety and efficacy of a drug or device, sets kind of the global standard. How do you see AI radically changing that whole area of clinical trials that are being, again, accelerated now to get these new therapeutics and genomic drugs to the market? Do either one of you want to address that? Because that seems to me a competitive advantage you have in having the FDA in your backyard.
Yeah, I think the way I would answer that is you've heard several people talk about a joint research institute with UMB, College Park, and the medical system, the University of Maryland medical system, called Institute for Healthcare Computing. Now, to put together a program like that requires AI and computer science expertise. It requires a lot of clinical medicine expertise. And it requires the ability to marshal and manage large amounts of data with a medical system that's electronic, but that has been not only curated, but has tremendous knowledge behind it as to how to deliver clinical medicine, how to run a medical center, how to do a trial, et cetera. And so the concept that has emerged has a label on it. It's called pragmatic clinical trials. And the concept behind that is that as you enter people into a trial, you monitor what's going on with that trial over time, real time, as those people see their physician or whomever's doing the clinical research as well. And you begin to reach conclusions before the finality of the trial. So midstream, you may see if I shift the trial like this instead of going like this, suddenly I get a better, quicker, stronger, more robust answer. And so the idea there is that AI will clearly play a role in that. But it's not just AI, it's a whole bunch of other infrastructure that runs beneath this, and having in this case, three entities working together to manage this thing. Will it eventually become the routine? Probably. But will there be many details to work out? I think the answer is you betcha. And so you have to be in this for the long run. And again, I want to add focus. You've got to be focused on making it the best program for clinical research or other kinds of research that you can imagine. And then lastly, of course, you do have to bring the FDA along. The FDA will have its own way of thinking about it. And so in our case, we have a very strong connection to our School of Pharmacy with FDA. So again, taking components of the university and making them work together for a project like that is how we would get it done.
I'll just share an analogy. And we have a few colleagues here who've had experience and have worked in our Department of Energy national labs, Los Alamos and Livermore and others, that have that responsibility of stockpile stewardship for the nuclear weapons to make sure that they're safe, and if we need to use one, God forbid, in the stockpile, we can. So the analogy is they have to do this testing of components, and they were the first ones that were able to get the approval to use an additive manufacturing process to make a component versus doing it the old-fashioned way, and got it certified. And that was then the standard and benchmark for industry. If you could do that for a component in a weapon system, you could do it, for a, other type of commercial product. So the FDA, being the one to be the first mover for using AI for some of this drug approval process, will be revolutionary, I think.
It's an interesting perspective, right? Because many of us here know that it was back, I think, during the Clinton administration that they moved from, we will not test. We will essentially, if I was to use modern jargon, we'll create a digital twin of the nuclear device and essentially simulate using high-performance computing, which is why DOE had some of the major investments in high-performance computing in the late 80s, throughout the 90s, and still. But to build on what Dr. Jarrell said, right, AI is accelerating the invention side of the pipeline already. Right? Many of you here know that there was much consternation when the Nobel Prize in Chemistry 2 years ago was given to a bunch of computer scientists because they figured out protein folding, right? Instead of relying on wet labs and spending months or years figuring out how a protein folded, AlphaFold did it for you. So similarly, right, Deborah, you can see a digital twin of a human body. It will not replace the full FDA trial ever. I don't think we could, well, I don't want to say ever, but in the near future. But it can speed up the kind of things that Dr. Jarrell was describing, right? You may not have to do wet lab experiments necessarily to figure out what a drug-to-drug or a molecule-to-molecule interaction might be, or a pathway interaction might be. So there are ways to speed stuff up, but regulatory processes by design change very slowly.
So, Dr. May, you and I were in the Commerce Department together many, many years ago and saw the whole Back to the Future today of being concerned about the erosions of the U.S. manufacturing industrial base and that we weren't making things. And we worked very hard with the Advanced Technology Program and and NIST manufacturing extension program to really get manufacturing back under the mainstream, to bring small and medium-sized suppliers into that, the Malcolm Baldrige Quality Award, the standards. And we haven't, I don't think, used the word manufacturing yet today in our discussion. You got it there? Oh, you stole your thunder. We'll get to it. But we still have to make things at scale and do that in a way that will create high-skilled jobs and wealth, and of course, for national security as well. So I wanted to ask you, based on your experience in at NIST, how do we connect the dots for this placemaking innovation with the leadership in AI and quantum to ensure that we also are going to make things here in Maryland? You know, coming in, we drove by the iconic Domino Sugar Building, and my colleague was saying, you know, they wanted to tear that down years ago, but then they said, no, it's a historic thing of Baltimore's prowess. We got to make things. So I'm going to ask you to talk a little bit about linking manufacturing to AI and quantum and this placemaking.
Well, I guess what Deb was telling everyone is that I'm old, and that is true.
Me too.
You're still young. You're still young, a youngster. We make ourselves very vulnerable as a nation when we are not able to make the stuff that we need. I think corporate greed sort of took us to a position where we make short-term dollars, drove our manufacturing offshore. And all of a sudden, we find ourselves in a situation where we can't make anything at scale. And those places that were making stuff for us, one, could hold us hostage if they chose to, but all more, it was invigorating their economy, building jobs, and we were becoming more vulnerable and not having those skills necessary to compete in this current climate.
So if we fast forward, let's say you and I were back at Commerce, I guess Undersecretary, Assistant Secretary of Commerce, you directed.
And I had hair in those days, folks.
What would we do differently now than we did back then to turbocharge 21st century manufacturing in these exponential areas that are leading the future? From a government policy perspective, what could we do to incentivize that manufacturing?
Well, I think, first of all, we would incentivize our kids on the value of having a job in manufacturing.
Exactly.
And back in those days, that was a second thought. The feeling is that if you worked in manufacturing, a sort of dirty job, and everyone was wanting to get into high tech. But without having those skills, we leave ourselves very, very vulnerable. So I think the transition has begun where we see those jobs as the future of the country. They're well paid. And now there are kids who are coming through school who are looking to actually working in that area.
And that's great to hear. And you mentioned, you know, when we were in those days, that moniker that manufacturing was dirty, dumb, dangerous, and disappearing.
Yeah.
And today it's smart, it's safe, it's sustainable, and it's surging. Mm-hmm. So I'm putting out kind of a challenge for our Maryland conversation not to forget about manufacturing. In addition to the research and the commercialization and all these things, we have to be able to make things. And that gets us back to cybersecurity and how important that is as a crosscut, and the workforce that we need to develop. So who wants to jump in on, I mean, NIST wrote the standards for cybersecurity that are still the best in the world, I think. They're always updating them. But there's a linkage to all of that runs through these discussions to make the place where the most advanced work's done and the jobs and the wealth is produced.
So let me link cybersecurity to manufacturing, right? So we have a lab where a lot of folks from DoD, DOE, and other manufacturers train around the generic idea of additive, intelligent manufacturing, right? So AI plus manufacturing. And it's a wonderful lab. But one of the things we show in that lab is unless you have secured those systems, you can come in digitally. I mean, we have a full-blown Siemens 4.0 in factory floor in that lab. You can come in and digitally alter the specification of a part by like 0.1 millimeter or something like that. Nothing that would get picked up. And when that part actually goes into the assembly line, God forbid, in something that our warfighters are using, right? So there is great interest, even on the research side. So in addition to the sort of the workforce production and training piece that we're doing, there is great interest in novel fundamental research. I'll give you one example. Many of the defense systems that our armed forces use are now 30, 40, 50 years old. The OEM assembly lines that made them no longer exist, right? So if you want to get a part made for repair and all, it's a very heavy cost because in those days, you didn't 3D LiDAR scan the part and had 3D models that you could print out. So some of my colleagues have actually done research in reading multiple 2D drawings, you know, the kind of blue specs that you used to have, and reconstructing the 3D models automatically using deep learning, and then feeding it into a additive manufacturing system. So I think cybersecurity, as many people said, certainly Troy, Pat, many others in the last session, across. You can't have a healthcare system that is making point of care decisions of any kind that is not secure. And I'm not even talking about stuff like HIPAA, which just keeps your, but you can't have point of care diagnostics. We work with School of Nursing on some like infusion pumps, which have known vulnerabilities. You could hack the infusion pump, and right. So
we got a murder mystery novel in the making here.
Oh no, it's for real. It happens, and we've had exactly that kind of thing happen.
So there is cybersecurity is across. I mean, we've gone yellow. Otherwise, I would have spent the next half an hour talking about cybersecurity.
Well, it will be a thread throughout the 2 days. But back to the place-making component of this, and Dr. Pat, you showed the little medicine, the little pill thing. So the U.S. Council is very involved in Ireland. We played a role in the All-Ireland Competitiveness Forum after the Good Friday Agreement, and have deep partnerships there through the Global Federation of Competitiveness Council. But one of the reasons that Ireland built that manufacturing capability was, one, they invested in a skilled workforce, but let's not forget, they created a tax system that nobody in the world could compete with. And that's why all these pharmaceutical companies went over there. Once we got a territorial tax system that obviated some of that. But to this day, the Irish, and please correct me if I'm wrong, they'll still pay the fines from the EU on having a tax system that's way below the EU average because they're making so much money from manufacturing the pharmaceuticals. That was a very intentional design and focus to capture that industry. So back to Maryland and what the governor said, about intentional. And I love what he said about we were in an era of economic stagnation, how to manage decline. No, we're going to manage and drive growth. So over the next couple days, let's think what would be some of the policies here to drive the manufacturing renaissance and growth in Maryland that's going with all these other things. So I want to have us leading that. Back to workforce, and we have a little bit of time, only 2 minutes, so I want each of you to kind of leave a thought on whatever dimension you want here. But people matter, People at the end of the day are everything. And there are robust strategies here. But are we aligned with Maryland's workforce boards? Are we linking all that together? Willie, I'll start with you, and any closing comment as well.
Well, one of the questions that we posed for this session was why Maryland's anchor universities are ideal catalysts for place-based innovation. And for me, it's two things. One is location, and the other is partnership. Because we are in the national capital region, we got some of the best and brightest from across this country who come to this area, and many of us spend our careers here. And then there's this, and I'm not going to say that there isn't competition. We at our universities we do compete, but it's a healthy competition, and I would say it leads to a sense of partnership. That is, we compete to make each other better and stronger. And through this friendly competition that we have among our universities, that makes us all better and it makes this region stronger. So that's what makes, in my mind, this region ideal for place-based innovation.
Thank you. That was great.
So I'll build on the workforce piece, and I will help Dr. Mays win his bet with himself. We will be a couple of minutes over.
Okay.
But we work closely, right? So we constantly look at what we are teaching and how we are teaching it. We're known as one of the STEM workforce sort of powerhouses in Maryland. And right now, for example, we are interrogating how AI is going to influence not just how we teach, but what we teach, including in my home discipline of computer science. I mean, do you still want to teach computer science 1 and 2 the same way that you've already taught it, right? You certainly can't use the same tests anymore because Gemini or Claude or whatever will do those things for you. So we're working with that. We have colleagues from MHEC and Labor here. We're working with them right now to come up with a 2 to 4 pathway that combines cyber and AI, right? So in the state, we're cooperatively working together, right, to build these kinds of partnerships. With UMB, there is a partnership where their JD students can take cybersecurity courses at UMBC, and UMBC's cybersecurity courses students can take law courses. We have a similar thing for data science and clinical informatics, right? So lots of these kinds of workforce efforts that we are working with partners to make sure stay current.
Thank you. President.
First of all, I have to respond to one thing that was said earlier. As a physician, I'm not taking any pill that an AI guy designed. Okay? Let's just be clear about that. And I want to make sure that you know Pat O'Shea had an empty pill container because he's an electrical engineer. Okay? And I think the concept of in silico design, et cetera, was a great concept. But wait a minute, your body has so many ways to get around nature that it's going to be a hard sell for me. And sure, I'm an old generation like my partners here, but I have that certain reservation. You're going to have to do a lot of proving to me to do that. The other comment I would pick up, and I kind of have learned this the hard way, we all talk about collaboration. Collaboration is really, really hard to do. And you heard Dr. May saying, well, it's a healthy competition. Yeah, it's a healthy competition, but it's a healthy competition that does not encourage collaboration in ways that I think are productive. And we don't get time to talk about the partnership we've had with College Park for the last 10 years. But the reason that collaboration works didn't start out with goodwill. It started out with funding, with investment that could only occur jointly,
right,
not separately, that had to produce results that were joint benefits, not singular benefits, that had to involve our students. Again, all kinds, every one of those has a barrier to it. So collaboration is great to talk about, But unless you got investment funds, unless you've got an institutional will to say, I'm not going to let you break it, unless you've got the will to say, we're going to produce something with this, we do generally work independently. And as I look at it, that is an opportunity for innovation in the future. And I believe it's currently an impediment, the way you get credit for NIH grant. I mean, there's 1,000 reasons why collaboration doesn't happen more than it happens right now. I think that would be my parting gesture.
Thank you. Well, I hope that our being together over the next 2 days may break down some of those barriers and spur the collaboration. And I want to thank you all. And we're going to, I know, get into some of the really deep science, deep tech discussions now. So I have to work hard because President Pines and President Wilson and the governor sort of mentioned this certificate. I want to make sure I can get a certificate after the 2 days to know quantum and AI. So, but don't give me a pop quiz. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I bring Jennifer Whitted up to instruct on how we are going to get you guys fed for lunch, just like to say publicly how much I respect and love Bruce Jarrell, because this guy literally saved my son's life twice. I won't go into all the details, but I am forever indebted to him. So Jen? So if you want to know the person who deserves the credit for today's activities, it's her.
So we're gonna have lunch soon. They're almost done setting up. I'm gonna have people come to your table and let you know when to go to the buffet. So I appreciate your patience.
Thank you very much, Willie Mae, for inviting me to speak for a few minutes. This is all about competitiveness in the AI and quantum space, and I want to make a very important point here that there's still a lot of basic science to be done in both of those fields. And so in the basic space, you collaborate, you cooperate, you share information, and then you compete like hell on applications. And I hope that will be the flavor of our discussions in this meeting. We have an opportunity to create a whole new set of sciences that upon which we can build new applications. So let's get busy.
Hi, everyone. I'm Laura Locascio, President and CEO of the American National Standards Institute, or ANSI. And thank you so much for including me in this important conversation about U.S. leadership in quantum and AI. As Vice President for Research at the University of Maryland, Undersecretary of Commerce and NIST Director, and now CEO of ANSI, I've watched these technologies evolve as a researcher, as an entrepreneur, and as a tech policy leader. In this room today, we have all parts of the innovation value chain. Academics, where ideas are born, spin-offs and small companies where ideas are nurtured and grow, large companies where things scale globally, and federal and state governments who smooth that path for innovation. So I'm here representing one more part of the value chain that a lot of people just don't talk about, and that's standards. Where does that fit in? Well, it may surprise you to hear that standards will determine whether American innovation in quantum and AI translates into lasting competitive advantage for the United States. Now, right now, much of the work in these fields is happening in silos, different technical approaches, competing architectures, few common benchmarks, and that happens with all emerging technologies. It represents a really healthy innovation field. But as markets develop, standards break those silos, creating common technical language, creating common specs for parts, and creating technical benchmarks that turn isolated breakthroughs into integrated systems that reach markets. So standards aren't there to stifle innovation. They actually help gain market access. In fact, 93% of all global trade is underpinned by international standards. So if you want to sell in another market, you'll need to know the relevant standards. Standards make supply chains more resilient by enabling part interchangeability. They accelerate adoption because they form the basis for regulation in many countries, and they build trust that unlocks commercial deployment. People are just confident in products that meet the gold standard. For instance, how do you make claims of higher performance in quantum computing without a standard way to measure it? And believe it or not, the countries that shape international standards for quantum and AI will shape the international markets themselves. Now, critical decisions being made in international standards committees will shape these fields for decades, and that window for action is actually narrowing. And that's where you come in. All partners in our economy, industry, academia, government have to elevate standards participation to strategic investments, committing senior technical talent early. Federal and state government can strengthen this system through smart policy, leveraging voluntary standards and supporting standards-relevant research. And academia has to prepare the next generation to understand that standards are actually a really important bridge between innovation and impact. Other countries, particularly China, formally train their engineers, every engineer and scientist, in standards as part of their university education. We do not. ANSI is here ready to help you engage in the standards processes. Earlier this year, we released the U.S. Standards Strategy 2025. It's a coordinated approach to American leadership in transformative technologies like AI and quantum. As the official representative to ISO and IEC from the United States, ANSI brings American industry, government, and academic experts into international standards discussions where the rules for quantum and AI are being debated and decided right now. So whether you're developing quantum algorithms, deploying AI systems, funding research, there's a place for your expertise in shaping the standards that will define these technologies globally. We all know that America can innovate better than anywhere in the world, but can we capture the market? The standards we create today determine whether American breakthroughs become the global standards or whether other countries will write those rules for us. And if others are actually writing the rules, who do you think owns the market then? So thank you for your time today. Thanks for the opportunity to spend just a few minutes with you talking about standards, which are really the silent underpinning of innovation.
Yes, Will. Grateful for those words from both Vint Cerf, the guy who actually did invent the internet, and from Laura Locascio, my long-term colleague from NIST, who at the moment is en route. She would be here except that she's en route at this moment. Just got a text from her to Phoenix for the annual convention of her organization. She sends her regards. Now, please welcome to the stage Dr. Kofi Nyarko from Morgan State University and Dr. Jamila Smith-Loud from Google for a discussion of the opportunity and impact of the Google Reach program.
I'll grab that one. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving us some time here to discuss a very important project, I believe, for both Morgan State University and the partner HBCUs and Google as well. My name is Dr. Kofi Nyarko. I'm the director for the Center for Equitable Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning Systems. I'm also a professor in the Electrical and Computer Engineering Department.
Thank you, Kofi, and thank you all for having me. My name is Jamila Smith-Loud. I sit on Google's human-centered AI and machine learning research team. I lead a team called the Impact Lab that is very much focused on social technical AI innovation and also includes lots of interdisciplinary work with folks with expertise from systems engineering all the way to philosophy. So excited to be here and talking with you all today.
So what are we talking about today? It's a project whose acronym is REACH. It's very creative because, you know, acronyms are a thing, which is representation, evaluation, and cultural heuristics. The project is an interdisciplinary one. It is one that is co-led by 12 HBCUs, of which, of course, Morgan is one of them, and Google Research. The aim of the project is to develop methods to evaluate Gen AI models for things like contextual grounding, for representational fidelity, for cultural relevance. And we'll get into why these things are important, but they're quite important. I should mention briefly why I personally wanted to be a part of this project when it came around. It's very much for the same reason that the center, Seamless is an acronym, by the way. We talk about acronyms being a thing. Center for Equitable Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning System, we go by the acronym Seamless, CEAMLS. The thing that kind of attracted me to Reach was a similar reason for why I initially proposed the creation of this state-supported center, which is looking at the pace at which AI is evolving. And back then, it wasn't even about the evolution of Gen AI right now. It was about algorithmic bias before ChatGPT. But we could see very clearly that as the technology advanced, there were these gaps that were being left open. As an engineer, I care very much about systems that work. You know, give me a goal and I want to build something to solve that goal. But as I was doing so with my colleagues, we realized some of the methods could be very brittle and it could work very well in a limited environment, but the minute you take it someplace else, it just kind of falls apart. And then we had the ChatGPT moment, and generative AI became, commonplace anywhere. And that same dynamic when it comes to the brilliantness of technology was amplified even more with Gen AI, where depending on what it's trained on, it can work fantastically, but you give it a new context and then it falls apart, creating potentially, the situation for a lot of harm. So I saw this as an extension of really focusing not just on the metrics of training AI models, the hard numbers, your accuracy, precision, your F1, but really asking the question of what is the end goal? What is good when it comes to a model? Like, what is the objective that we're trying to accomplish? And does that objective really satisfy the different environments in which that AI is going to be deployed?
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe I'll just add a little context of how this project started. I will say that on the Google research side, and particularly on our team, we have been working on research around responsibility, around ethics, around answering that question of what's good enough for many, many years. And certainly, like lots of industry research labs, when generative AI was released, the focus has been all generative AI, right? Mm-hmm. So, I think initially we were focused on a lot of fairness projects, a lot of projects similar to the research that your team leads on understanding what equitable deployment looks like. How do we understand kind of global engagement of users and making sure that things work not just fairly in the US context, but globally. And I think for our team, a lot of time has been spent on making sure things are safe, that they are not having results that are harmful, that are offensive, and more the question raised of how do we make sure the models work for everyday users in their everyday context, right? So not to say that the safety questions are solved, but increasingly the gap in the focus is to understand for a user in Los Angeles and for a user in Ghana, will they have the same quality of experience? Right. Will the model respond to them in a manner that feels as natural, that feels as accurate, that feels as relevant to their everyday life? And so much of this project is about developing the methodologies to understand how do we translate local context knowledge into rigorous evaluation so that we know how those models work. I think, you and I have talked about kind of endless opportunities once we kind of establish these methodologies in terms of both post and pre-training, but a lot of this work is really focused on the evaluation.
Right. And so you think of evaluation of being a second tier, citizen when it comes to models, because everything nowadays is, give me tons more data. They're not really any new architecture so much, but just ways of training, ways of conditioning, reinforcement learning, that kind of thing. But I don't think there is enough effort placed on the evaluation and treating that as a research question itself. Being able to ask, is my fitness function, for lack of a better term, the appropriate one to use, not just to minimize the error in the model, but to make sure that error is minimized across, all demographics, use cases, environments. And that's the kind of research that we're getting into. I can bring it maybe a bit closer to home for me. And there are lots of ways in which this kind of work can show up in your everyday life. But this reminds me about an activity that we do with my family. Every year, our New Year's resolution kind of a thing is to do a vision board. But we don't do it the old-fashioned way with, cut out magazines and so forth. Nope, that's gone. Everything is Gen AI now, because I have a 7-year-old and she wants to make up whatever she wants to make up for a vision board. And so we're sitting here crafting these nice prompts, and we want to get individuals that are doing particular activities that we can envision ourselves in. And my wife makes this comment. She's like, why does AI think that all Black people have afros? I don't get it. And everything she prompts was a big old fro, and she never wears an afro. She's never in her life ever done anything like that. And so I was like, well, of course, it just depends on how the model was trained. But then you take that little innocuous example, which doesn't seem like it's that impactful because she's just inconvenienced and that she doesn't find people that look like her, and bring it to something where you may have more significant impacts. In my research lab at Morgan, we focus on evaluating models, as an example, against African American Vernacular English and Standard American English to look at the differences in how they behave. And from early tests, it was very, very clear on something like sentiment analysis. The models that we tested performed on par, something like 25% worse on individuals who speak AAVE. On just determining sentiment as in, this person is angry, they're sad, or whatever. And so you might think, well, what's the big deal? So it's kind of wrong on how it evaluates your emotion, but that could have some detrimental effects. Imagine if you're doing content monitoring on a website through some automated process. Now, some certain individuals may have their comments silenced or removed because it breaks some sort of rule about the platform that you're on. Or even more seriously, an automated system that does job screening, that flags you as an aggressive person or some individual who's not suitable for the job just because the model just thinks the way you speak, according to the sentiment, is maybe a bit too aggressive. And that could have significant financial impacts, I would think, anyway. Yeah. Well, please.
Were you going to ask me a question?
I was going to ask you a question. So now that we've kind of level set a bit on why this is important, I wanted to get into the nuts and bolts of exactly how is REACH structured and how is that different than maybe any other effort you see in industry currently. And then we'll get into the role of the community and the HBCUs and how this is coming together.
Okay. I will say the partnership that we have as an industry partner with you all as the researchers is very different even than we typically do. To the chagrin of my legal and partnerships team, it's a very different partnership structure. So typically, a lot of our partnerships are sponsored research where we give a grant to university, we kind of agree on a scope of work, and then we go from there. This partnership is very different. It is very collaborative. It's under the umbrella of our collaborative research agreements. And that actually came about when we met with the university presidents, who really said, we would love to do some research related to kind of human-centered AI, but we want it to be both interdisciplinary and we want it to be interinstitutional. To give an opportunity for faculty from the different schools to work together along with Google Research. And I will say that collaborative structure for me has been just monumental in terms of the ability to learn from each other, the type of rigor that we're establishing. I think towards this conversation about competitiveness, I think there is something about the ongoing knowledge sharing on this really focused topic that has made it a completely rich project and very different from where we started. I know Kofi and I worked on some of the early proposals for it, and where we are now is very different in terms of the layers of questions that we're asking. We have gone from engaging our social science experts on trying to understand how do you even measure for local context? How do you measure for kind of subjective concepts like culture? And they kind of engaged in surveys and community roundtables. The faculty that are focused on data collection are actually in the middle of data collection right now. A lot of that is in-person data collection where they're hosting workshops in cities across the US to kind of get real-world users' understandings of how they're using the models, what their expectations are, and even what would make them happy. So maybe not sing an afro as every response would make your wife happy, but this idea that we improve the model by understanding everything from intent to what people are actually asking and how well the models are answering to that, and then what their reaction and what their response is. So that's been, I think, a really important part of this is the collaboration through all of those processes. I will also say there are 45 researchers actively engaged, not including students, so faculty and Google researchers. We've kind of divvied the work across multiple work streams that, like I said, go from the social science engagement, the data collection, the evaluation work stream, which you are leading and very much a part of, and then even work streams that are really focused on what's the ecosystem impact, how do we report back to community on what we're working on, what the data means, thinking about relationships with developer communities and even with civil society. I think topically it's an area that we get a lot of feedback that it's a gap in the current set of benchmarks. Lots of benchmarks around how well models do on technical performance, not a lot of benchmarks on how well models respond to our social world. So we've gotten a lot of interest in kind of validation of their approach with people wanting to apply it to their custom models, to their kind of government models, to all the places where we're using these really niche models, but need to understand that it works well for everyday users. So,
and we didn't talk about the makeup of the research team is very interdisciplinary, right?
Yeah.
And that was intentional.
Yeah. I will say that I am a lawyer by background, and I went to graduate school in political science and came to Google when a lot of the fairness work was pretty novel, and they were looking for folks to kind of test out fairness strategies to kind of evolve that process. So it was a little bit of research and a little bit of governance, and I think our team is involved to really try to figure out how do you get these disciplines to work together in a way where there's a very clean translation from the social knowledge to the technical interventions, and I think this project is a really good example of that.
Right. So one of the things that we are currently doing and will continue to do for a little while, at least in the work stream that I'm involved in, is come up with the instruments to be able to benchmark the models that we will be testing, and to benchmark them on information that is provided from the earlier work stream, which work with the community experts to try and figure out appropriate prompts to use to get particular behaviors. And the benchmarking process is not just coming up with a sort of heuristics for a rubric, but it's just thinking, how do you scale this? So we would like an infinite number of people to be involved in benchmarking new models when they come out, but that's just not a practical thing, right? So part of the work is to say, we understand how humans evaluate for the things that we care about, like cultural relevance. We take that and put that into some sort of automated system. So this could be training a new model, fine-tuning, providing context on LLM, whatever, but find a way to create an autorator that allows us to scale this work. So when new models are developed, you can just plug it right in and get some of these metrics out of them that tells you how appropriate the model is for different contexts. And I would say, I know our time is winding down, but I want to make sure I mention this. There is so much implication on models that are not that are used in an environment that they were not intended to be used and were not really tested, and what that could mean. It could be very detrimental. I had a nice conversation with a colleague who was in national security. And in that conversation, we talked about how important it is for certain intelligence work that is being automated with models to be aware of the culture that intelligence is being gathered on. So you can imagine this is maybe you're looking at potential individuals of interest in a country where there might be some chatter as potentially hostile, actions are taken that are not appropriate, wasting resources that the country could use in other ways, or escalating a situation so that lives could be lost because simply the model was working in an environment that it didn't understand very well. And it was never really measured or what's the word I'm looking for? Conditioned in that environment. So it's a really, really important issue that has a wide-spreading effect that we need to be able to measure.
And I will just add just a few next steps that we have, or kind of future-looking thoughts that we're thinking about. The initial collaboration was funded from Google.org, and they provided, I think, $1.5 million across all 12 of the universities who are part of the consortium, just to support faculty and students to engage in the research, and about 250 more on Google Cloud credits, so compute resourcing. And I think we're continually thinking about how do we kind of scale the funding to support this consortium, whether that is going back to google.org, whether that is other funding sources, and then thinking about what does it mean to take the methods, the approach that Kofi was explaining, like how do you take those auto raters and validate them in different regions and kind of scale the reach of the research. So right now, this kind of initial cohort is very US focused, but I think, as we know, the kind of global contextual understanding is probably a very huge priority for all of the models. And so that's kind of a kind of big step that is coming very, very soon.
Right. And the fact that this collaboration came with Google understanding that AI infrastructure is important at the universities is also a very important one, because a lot of times you would want individuals to participate and enable this kind of collaborative work, but there is nothing being provided to underpin the effort. So the fact that we do have this infrastructure now that we can leverage in the Google Cloud platform is essential. But there's a broader picture here about infrastructure that I'll get into in a talk that actually is not mine, it's Dr. Summers' talk, but I'll take it on, about the role of AI infrastructure as a key piece of innovation, and the fact that we also need to leverage that infrastructure to own our data. That's a topic I'll get into a little bit later on. So hopefully I'll see you all there. But I did want to mention, though, there's a very, very important aspect of us catering, or at least making sure we address the infrastructure problem in order to make collaborations like this successful. So as we position ourselves in terms of the next steps of this, the work stream 3, which is developing, of course, not just the benchmarks, but the method of doing this auto rater and scaling the auto rating, essentially is going to produce something. Now, I'm asking you, Jamila, what is the product that comes out of this work stream that you can see being leveraged in the downstream work streams?
Yeah, I mean, short term, I think one of the products that we are excited about is having a leaderboard where we can have the results of different models, so not just Google models, different open and closed source models, results against our benchmarks, and that we can start to think about what it means to iteratively update that leaderboard and have that to be some sort of ground truth on how well models are doing on these types of topics. So that's kind of an initial output. Certainly artifacts around publishing. I think some of the researchers have already published some of their initial findings. So I think there is a big goal around the publication, the reporting, and then I think how we think about engaging with the developer ecosystem with this auto rater and how that can influence new model development, I think is something that I'm excited to explore.
And the impact is pretty impactful here in the sense anybody will have access to these benchmarks and the ability to just take any new model that comes across and see how appropriate it is for different contexts. And so hopefully it would help even legislation when individuals are deciding, well, what kind of systems do we allow into our schools? Well, you would want systems that you can at least verify would work contextually in that appropriate environment. So there's a lot of ways I can see this kind of spreading out and kicking off a focus here on the evaluation process itself for these models.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think as our time is wrapping up, I just wanted to conclude there and mention that this is not going to be the end of the process after we get past this initial phase, but rather we're kicking off a sustained effort in evaluation. And really, the goal, I'm really hoping this is going to come to pass, is that we will have our students in the classroom and also in the research labs pick up the mantle and see from their own experiences, their own lived experiences, where are the gaps in these new models that are coming up? And how do they see themselves addressing those gaps as they come through? I will be reminded, this is a short detour, I promise you, short detour. I have a student in the lab who is an individual very concerned with the way vision models are trained on Eurocentric data, which means that whenever they are applied to vision tasks like self-driving in developing nations, they don't really perform very well. And this is something I was so happy for him to bring to me because he saw a need from his perspective that existing models contextually do not understand his environment. And so what is he doing about it? He is creating an automated benchmarking rack to make sure new models will operate very well across different regions, and where they don't operate well is very clear and is made public that they don't operate very well, and coming up with mitigation strategies around that. So I think this kicks off a really sustained focus on the evaluation process for these generative AI models. So with that, thank you. And yeah, look forward to more things.
Well, I think in passing, Dr. Niarco mentioned his center on equitable AI and machine learning systems. Well, how did that come about? Maybe about 5-6 years ago, our president contacted me at the behest of Cyril A. Malcolm over there and asked me to assemble a blue ribbon panel on STEM program advancement here at Morgan. And the idea was to look across the landscape and identify a few areas where, with the right support, Morgan could be among the national leaders. Not among HBCUs, but the national leaders, period. So we convened the panel, and it had as members actually 3 College Park faculty members, Carol S.B. Wilson, Bill Phillips, and Jim Gates were 3 prominent members of that panel. And the number one priority that they gave us was establishing this Center on Equitable AI and Machine Learning. And of course, what our president did was took this list of recommendations that we got from this panel, and we shipped them at least shopped them strategically with the governor and got funding for the 8 state-supported centers that we have now. So let's now welcome Drs. Dario Gil, U.S. Undersecretary for Science at the Department of Energy, and Dr. Sidhu Parikh, CEO of AAAS, to the stage to discuss for discussion of how AI, quantum, and high-performance computing will underpin U.S. competitiveness for the foreseeable future. So,
thank you, Willie.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Willie, and thank you so much for inviting us to be here at Morgan. It's always a pleasure to be back on this campus. And today I'm really excited because I'm going to just ask the questions, and you're going to get to hear from Undersecretary Dr. Dario Gil. Now, for those of you who don't know Dario's background, I'm sure that there's a bio somewhere in the information here. But here's what you need to know. Dario was the head of research at IBM. Dario, at that time, was also the chair of the National Science Board. He's one of the few people that I met early on that really got the intersection between what goes on in this country between industry and academia and philanthropy. He understood it, and he said, you know what, we have to be able to stack all of that great, incredible dynamism and put it to use for the country. And so when he became the nominee to be Undersecretary of Energy for Science, nobody was more excited than me. And so that's what we're going to have a chance to now spend some time together and talk about this intersection of AI and quantum and what Dario has envisioned for the country in terms of AI for science. So Dario, let's get started.
Thank you.
So maybe the way to start this is just by talking a little bit just in the abstract before getting to the Genesis mission and talking about AI and quantum and high performance computing and sort of how these 3 separate stories have started to intermingle and sort of what the vision of that might be.
Well, first of all, good afternoon. It is so wonderful to be with all of you and to get to visit Morgan State, and what a beautiful campus. Looking forward to coming back again and spending a bit more time. But yeah, look, the first thing I would say on the computing story is that I think this is the most exciting time to be in computing. I trace it back to the 1940s. Maybe there was an equivalent moment of excitement. And of course, in the 1940s is when we saw, Claude Shannon present and create classical information theory, the very building block in which we have built the information technology and communication landscape that we all enjoy. We saw in 1947 the invention of the transistor
right? One of the great inventions of the century. So it was this moment of great, enthusiasm and ebullience and the creativity of the first programmable systems. And that had a profound implication for national security in terms of cryptography during the war. But following that is what led to the explosion of computing and information technology. And now we find ourselves in this moment, in this decade, where three computing modalities are going to converge and will have a very profound implication in science and engineering and medicine and all aspects of our life. And I like to summarize them as, as a way to remember as bits, neurons, and qubits, right? And that the future of computing is the sum of those areas. Bits, of course, the world of, zeros and ones, embodied in high-performance computing. So this is the world we know, is the world of using computers to simulate the physical reality. And we know that that as a discipline has had a very big impact in science for many decades. The second category, the neurons, is the idea of creating very large-scale neural networks and the associated computing infrastructure that very efficiently executes these large neural networks. And that, of course, is the underpinning of artificial intelligence. And the third piece of the stool is the third leg, is quantum and quantum information, the world of qubits. And that is nothing less than reimagining the nature of information itself. And it is allow us to represent information more richly than what we can do with classical information. And this is a specialized set of machines called quantum computers that allows us to create qubits and manipulate them. But the important thing to realize is that for the first time, the three modalities are going to converge this decade. Of course, the first one, very mature, many decades, Moore's law of semiconductors and HPC. AI is coming of age now, finally. And quantum is yet to come at a scale that we want, but we're going to witness that by the end of the decade. So it's this unique moment that we should be cognizant of how special it is, how fun it is to be part, if you're curious about this world of science and technology. And then I'm sure we'll get a chance to talk about the implications of all of this.
Yeah. So as a lowly biochemist, I understood most of what you just said. And the part that captures my attention is that these three modalities enable us to perhaps answer some questions that we couldn't answer before. And I know that in previous conversations with you, one of the things that you've always highlighted to me is that computing's great, but it's got to answer some really cool questions. And so when you start thinking about when you got to the Department of Energy, you started thinking about what can the U.S. government do to help catalyze the future. You started, I know that you really were casting around for saying, what are some of the questions that might be asked? Can you tell us more about that? What does it mean that just the computing is not the thing, it's the question that's important?
That's right. So let me give you two examples. Let me start with a fusion example. So fusion, of course, is one of the most aspirational and inspirational things we can pursue in the world of science and engineering, on being able to create power plants that exhibit the same behavior as the stars in our universe. And imagine having a source of energy that exhibits all the right attributes in terms of how efficient it is. We would have essentially an infinite amount of energy that we could create. But what is the problem? The challenge that we have is that you have to create this machine. There's many different configurations of it. But if you were using, for example, with a confinement machine, with a plasma, you got to have this plasma that is 200 million degrees. And you have to be able to simulate this environment to design the engineering of these machines. So now, let me show you the example of what you get by having AI as a complement to high-performance computing. Thanks to decades of work and exquisite experiments that were conducted in the Department of Energy and with our partner universities and so on, machines were built that had these plasmas that operated at that temperature for very, very small amounts of time. And they were also simulation codes that run on high-performance computing, because we know the laws of physics, and we used and encoded the laws of physics into these simulation environments to calculate the behavior of these plasmas inside these chambers. And through exquisite work, scientists were able to match the short duration experiments that we're able to conduct every once in a while with the simulation codes and get them to match experiment. And that, of course, is the basis of science, right? Like you have to obey physical reality. So we did that. What was the issue? What is the issue? Running those simulation codes take us a long time. Even on the biggest supercomputers in the world, they can take us days, weeks, sometimes even months. So come AI. In AI, there's this new concept called surrogate models. And what you do is you take now a different kind of program built on neural networks, and you take the simulations that you have carefully calibrated to train, to give enough examples to train the neural network to predict the output of what the simulation would have done. So when you do this clever trick is I use the high-performance computer to generate the training examples. With the training examples, I train a surrogate model to issue the prediction as if it came from the simulation. I can accelerate the speed to the answer by 1,000 to 10,000x. Now, instead of taking me weeks or months, I can do this in hours or minutes. And that makes all the difference in the world, because now that I can do that, I can have an iterative process where I can create on my fusion reaction, I can create a digital twin. Yeah. And with this digital twin, I can now optimize what the configuration of my environment looks like, how I maintain the plasma stable, and so on. Now, this story that I told you, you can apply to all fields of science. Yeah. All this idea of creating these surrogate models, all these very exquisite but expensive simulations that we've done, now we have a new tool in the toolkit to accelerate things by 10 to the 3, 10 to the 4, 10 to the 5. That's a big deal.
Yeah. And so what that might do is, the old joke about nuclear fusion for energy is that it's 40 years away and it's always going to be 40 years away. And this is a chance to actually break that cycle. That's right. Let's get it actually to where it becomes a reality. And we already have examples of where AI has done that in other parts of science, like protein folding.
The protein folding is a great story, and we chatted about it in the past. That is also, it's a companion of this story, but this is from a data perspective. So in the protein folding story, in 1971, there was an effort that got started at Brookhaven National Laboratory to start cataloging the three-dimensional structure of proteins. And proteins, of course, as everybody knows, is incredibly important because they are the building blocks of life. And at the time it was created, there were only 7 proteins. And the reason it got started is because people were using a synchrotron to basically have X-rays. You prepare a sample, you would impinge, hit the sample with X-rays, and it would form a diffraction pattern that would use to reconstitute the three-dimensional structure of the protein. So through that and through a lot of effort across many partners, it took 50 years to catalog the structure of 200,000 proteins. And then in 2020, a team at Google, at DeepMind, leveraged those 50 years, this is the part that often doesn't get told on the AI story, right? Leveraged the 50 years of effort on cataloging this protein data bank to train a neural network to, given an amino acid sequence, predict the three-dimensional structure of the protein. Yeah. As a prediction, purely driven by the training data set that was created on the protein data bank. And we went from 200,000 proteins to 200 million in 2 years. So all the known proteins, right? Yeah. So that's amazing. That's an example, another example of an inflection point, a change in methodology driven by the progress of our scientific instruments and data and domain expertise is accelerating the rate of discovery.
Dario, I was one of the scientists at Brookhaven who was collecting those protein structures. I have 6 of those 200,000 are mine.
Look at you.
So So I feel like I own a little piece of Google DeepMind then.
You do. You're part of the success story of this.
Exactly. But what that did is what it took is this ability to, we always thought we'll never, we knew that the proteins, that the sequence determines the structure. But it always seemed like an asymptotic thing to get to the point of actually being able to predict the structure. And here we are, and we can predict the structure. And so fusion suddenly doesn't feel like it's 40 years away. It feels like it's actually relevantly close.
I think, yeah, definitely. We will see, thanks to all this progress, there is about almost $10 billion worth of venture capital funding on fusion startups. It's amazing. Yeah. And a lot of them have goals in the next year or so, many of them, to demonstrate Q greater than 1 demonstrations with their sort of initial prototypes. I mean, the only time we've demonstrated was with the National Ignition Facility at Lawrence Livermore a few years back. Hopefully you all followed that. And then we see a path that maybe in the early 2030s, we can see the first electricity generating fusion plants, which just it's unbelievable, right? Like
Science
if that
fiction.
happened, that would be an enormous achievement for humanity.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. So, all right, we've talked about the questions and we've talked about the technologies out there. Now, you got to the Department of Energy and you said, okay, how can I accelerate this? And we've already you just mentioned industry. We've talked about academia. We've talked about Bell Labs. So all those ideas floating around your head, and you get to the Department of Energy. Say, how can we speed this up? What have you done?
So what we've done is to launch a national effort called the Genesis Mission. And it was launched the Monday of Thanksgiving. So yes, I was confirmed, I think the very end of September. October was a government shutdown. So anyway, and in November we launched it, this national effort. And what is it? The Genesis Mission has as a thesis to take this very revolution in computing that we just talked about and take seriously the idea that it is going to change the practice of science and engineering and of R&D in America. And it seeks as a national objective to double the productivity and impact of America's $1 trillion a year R&D ecosystem within a decade. That $1 trillion that we spend as a nation is a combination of the federal government investment, the states, the private sector, and then universities and philanthropies. So that is the total sector. And you're right that one of the things I've been very passionate about, and I have my good friend Vic here, who's the current chair of the National Science Board, where we've talked for a long time that what we need to do is when we seek to do things of great national significance, we gotta leverage all the strengths of the ecosystem. And so the Genesis Mission explicitly envisions a partnership between all of these stakeholders towards these national objectives. The way it's structured is to do 3 things. The first is to build a platform to accelerate discovery. The platform means we have to add AI supercomputing capacity for the scientific ecosystem. We got to build the first generation of scientifically relevant quantum computers. We got to combine them with HPC. We got to take AI beyond language and coding into the realms of chemistry and biology and physics and mathematics and engineering, etc. And we got to also invest in robotic laboratories that help us execute much more complex scientific workflows integrated into this story. All of those elements are part of the platform. The second leg is the construction of a portfolio of national science and technology challenges. We published about a month ago the first set of 26 challenges driven by DOE. And these span everything from energy to discovery science and the physical sciences to national security. And we will be working in partnership with NSF and NIH and NASA and many other sister agencies to expand the portfolio reflecting the broad scope of science and technology in America. And then the third leg is the education and workforce element of this whole story. And this is an engagement we're having with universities and philanthropies about how should curriculums continue to evolve in the age of AI, degrees, fellowship programs, internship experiences, and so on. So we seek this model to do it in a collaborative effort. So we launch also in January something called the Genesis Consortium, where we have already as part of it all 17 national labs. We have 27 industry partners. We are going to have also philanthropies and universities to invest and co-design with us the ecosystem to execute the broad agenda. And as an example of its power, industry partnerships we've done with NVIDIA and AMD, to give you an example, one problem we're trying to address is that the labs and universities simply don't have enough AI flops. They don't have enough AI computing capacity to stay at the forefront of the field. And while there's been good efforts like the National AI Research Resource that aims to try to solve this problem, the level of investment has been small compared to the need. So with partners, they are doing significant investments in creating supercomputing capacity. We're standing up a 10,000 GPU cluster at Argonne National Laboratory with NVIDIA, another large cluster with AMD at Oak Ridge. We're seeking also to build a 100,000 GPU cluster at Argonne in 2027. That will be the largest supercomputer environment for AI for science in the world. So, and then we are engaging with Congress to sort of explain the context of where we all are and have them eventually make the right decisions of investments. But this is one of the things that we seek to also address on behalf of the labs and the university ecosystem.
I think this is amazing, Dario. So just to put it in my own simplistic words, right now, if I'm at a university and I'm an all-star computational scientist, I don't have enough GPUs to do something cool because they're all sitting in industry. It just costs too much. And so what you've been able to do is convince, because as far as I can tell, it's just by your sheer personality, that you've been able to convince NVIDIA and AMD and others to not just co-invest, really mostly take the investment for the purpose of having GPUs available for science.
That's right.
A 10,000 GPU system, then 100,000 GPU. That costs a lot of money.
That costs a lot of money.
And the feds haven't put any. This is coming from, it's amazing.
So yeah, that's step one, and we all have to do, all the stakeholders have to do their piece to continue to invest in this infrastructure. I call these new, simplistically we call them like, oh, yeah, these are computers, but really, they're much more than that, right? Because that's why we go back to the power of representing knowledge and information inside these neural networks and what that affords us to do. And I call them the new scientific instruments of our age. And sometimes the way I tell the story is to say, look, just like the telescope allowed us to see what's far away and the microscope allowed us to see what is small, these new scientific instruments, these new AI supercomputers and quantum is going to allow us to see the very complex. And that aspect of unentangling the enormous complexity of our physical environment and biology and cosmology and so on is going to be transformative to the practice of science. But we wouldn't ask to be a good astronomer without telescopes. Right? It will be hard to do. And we are in the problem right now that we know this is going to have such an impact in science and engineering, but a huge part of our community, the university ecosystem, the national laboratories, don't have the telescopes. That is a problem. We have to have exquisite scientific instrument to carry out great science too. Yeah. And this is a problem we need to solve. So sometimes the computer, it can come across as mundane, like you're procuring them off the rack, but it's actually much more important and profound than that. And then with that instrument, there's also a methodology change. How should we be collecting? For every protein data bank story, which there are not that many, there's a lot that are not there. So one of the things we want to fix is domain by domain, area by area. How do we curate the data sets required to allow AI for that field to do what AI has done for the field of biology, right, in proteins. So, and that will happen, but we just have to get organized. We have to be disciplined around that, and we got to have a collective effort that takes advantage of all the strengths we have across America.
So speaking of those strengths, as we get close to the end of our time, I know that you just had an announcement last week, I think, you had an announcement last week. Why don't you tell us about it?
Tuesday, I was in California and I got a chance to announce. Remember, I told you about the pillars of the Genesis mission, the platform build. The second piece is a set of national science and technology challenges. And what we announced on Tuesday is the first round of funding, about $293 million of funding to solicit the formation of teams across the country, to partner between labs, universities, and industries, to propose creative scientific approaches and ideas on all of those challenges, right? So what we announced is the team formation phase. So we're given a challenge 6 weeks to start forming teams and start submitting proposals to us at DOE, so that by this summer, we can have the first cohort of Genesis mission teams across the country spanning all those 26 areas of national importance. This is just the beginning, but it's a meaningful investment on this, in which, as I mentioned, we will expand it with other agencies, and of course, we will continue to expand it with FY27 investments and so on. But yeah, that was just Tuesday, so it's very timely for anybody who is interested in engaging with their institutions in presenting their best ideas.
Well, now you got a lot of faculty and PIs out there, and you got 2 university presidents sitting over here that I'm sure are thinking about it as well, which is terrific. So in thinking about that, what kinds of things would it be important for a university to be investing in so that they can be ready for this moment with the Genesis mission?
Look, I think there's a couple of things that I think are crucial. First is taking this moment seriously of what is unfolding in the world of computing. If one follows just the last 2 to 3 years of what has been happening in AI, and I hope all of you are engaged and, in whatever form with this. Remember 3 years ago when ChatGPT and the first, meaningful scale LLMs came about on math? You remember trying to do math with them? They couldn't do math, right? Couldn't add up. And fast forward to today, right? And I feel like mathematics, and I joke a little bit now, but it's not a joke, that you have to have Terence Tao, right, who's arguably the best mathematician, right, in the world or close to it, sort of like adjudicate whether, the thing is correct or not. That's so right. In 3 years, we've gone from it cannot add to it's quite sophisticated and powerful. Again, the idea and the philosophy I have with this is not trying to AI to do all of science. That is not what we're doing. This is a science-first strategy where we want every domain and how we educate our next generation of scientists and engineers to continue to invest in their disciplines, to ask great questions, to have mastery over their disciplines and focus on how to advance it. But to use this new tool, this new scientific instrument, to allow them to do things that they couldn't do before, right? And so it begins by taking it seriously, by being curious about what's possible, by learning what works and what doesn't. Where do we have the right data sets that have trained the AI to help us in the field, and where it falls short? And if it falls short, what new scientific data sets should we be creating to push that frontier of AI? So I think it starts with, like in science, with curiosity, right? With the curiosity about what this new tool allow us to do, and to approach it with a sense of agency and ownership over its destiny. One of the things I care the most about the Genesis mission is to talk about AI in the context of purpose. I think the field, and blamingly mostly my colleagues, and I was part of that in industry, in the way they talk about AI, it is scaring everybody off. And we got to approach it for AI for what? What's the purpose of all of this?
Yeah.
And that's why I like in the Genesis mission that we begin with a purpose, that what we want is to advance science and problem solving on things we really care in society. And that, yes, we want to push the frontiers of AI, but it is to solve those problems, right? Because of that capability. So that's one I would seek. And I would say to empower the students as much as possible through this journey, because they are the ones that are going to be teaching us how to use this, right, in the new world of AI for science and engineering. The second, I would say, is how should we evolve the curriculum? Many schools have been creating these colleges of computing. And again, the purpose of that is not to get everybody to be a computer scientist. We should not be doing that. The purpose of it is, how do you enable, if you're a biologist, to have either, your dual degree, your minor, your specialization, something where you can have these dual elements of it. I think that that's an exciting direction. Third is, how do we give much more experiential approaches to this journey by having summer internships at the national labs, in private sector as well. We struggle in the university ecosystem to retain AI faculty. How do we actually think through dual appointments? There are many universities who are rethinking that and allowing a more flexible approach to be in the private sector and with universities. And lastly, I would like to see, as part of the productivity story of this whole journey, how do we compress time to degree, particularly in grad school? It's not written in the Constitution that PhDs need to be 6 years or 7 years or 5 years, right? In Europe, they do this in 3 years, right? In many places and so on. So I personally would like to see a lot more creativity in thinking ways, and that would attract more American students into grad school, because people see a trade-off, obviously, between going into private sector and going into doing things like a PhD. So I think it's a whole set of opportunities at every level to think through. And then on the investment on the infrastructure, that's a challenge, but that's where we got to pool resources and combine and advocate in common for infrastructure that would enable that educational and research experience for both the faculty and the students in the age of AI.
That's terrific, Dario. Well, I hope everybody took that down in your notes, because there's some very practical tips about what the university system needs to be doing to invest for the future. I'm going to end with this, which is to say, Dario, I think it goes without saying, but we're excited about where we are in science right now. There's a before and an after in this space, and the Genesis mission is the bridge between the before and the after for AI for science.
Yeah, and I just imagine a world where 3 years from now, instead of giving a handful of examples of the AI for science a la protein folding, and I promise you this is going to happen, we put up behind us a screen and we see 100, 200 examples, domain by domain, area by area, where stories like these are happening. Imagine a world where by then we have built world-class AI infrastructure and quantum infrastructure in support of the scientific community, right? And where this is now second nature, right? We just see this as a normal way in which we can problem solve faster than we could do before. And we haven't run out of problems to solve, right? When people talk about, AI, what we're going to do, it's like I look around and I'm like, oh my God, there's so many things we got to solve in this world, and so many challenges that are still ahead of us. And we can use all the help we can get. Like, we want, the best generation of American science and engineering students, and of course all the rest of the disciplines moving forward. But we want to equip them with, the marvels of the product of all of those investments in science for many decades are resulting in technology that in its own right is going to fuel and accelerate science again. Absolutely. So we should celebrate the moment for what it is. This doesn't happen, all the time, right? There was, like, if you were in the 90s or in the 2000s in computing, we were merely doubling every 2 years. That's nothing nowadays. I'll leave you with this statistic. I was attending the NVIDIA GTC conference in California, and Jensen Huang, the founder and CEO of NVIDIA, put a statistic that was quite amazing. He said, in 10 years, the amount of AI computing efficiency has improved by 40 million times.
That's incredible.
Like, sometimes these numbers are so hard we don't even process. But just think about that. And think when that happens again in the next decade or more, and where we're going to add on quantum another exponential that is going to come to bear. So we ain't seen nothing yet.
Terrific. What a great place to end. Thank you, Dario. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Moving right along. Now let's welcome Andy Lin, CTO of Mark III Systems, the Honorable Dr. Sanjay Rai, Secretary of Maryland's Higher Education Commission, and we'll bring back Kofi Nyarko to lead a discussion on the role of digital twins in driving innovation.
You're welcome. All right. So I thought I would have to begin by trying to set the stage of the importance of digital twins and maybe just kind of make sure everybody level sets. But we've heard about it already quite a bit, which surprises me a little bit, which is good. So this wouldn't be a cold intro. But I do want to start with trying to understand what is a digital twin anyway? Because, part of the discussion I've had with people is always the assumption that you throw up a simulation of an environment. Yeah, that's a digital twin. And so, Andy, maybe you can help me just better elucidate exactly what a digital twin is.
Absolutely. So first of all, thank you all for having me. Defining a digital twin is actually pretty subjective, honestly. But from our perspective, and we work very tightly with NVIDIA specifically to sort of take their vision and make it a reality at the ground level, which is very challenging and sort of has a long road for most folks, which I'll talk about today. But really the idea is have a 3D realistic representation of the real world. Once you have that representation of the real world, depending on if you're working industry, research, making communities better, et cetera, you have the ability with that digital twin to then run simulations in order to make better decisions, to make sure that your goals and the vision of your institution, your organization is more successful. In a nutshell, the more simulation you can run per unit time, typically the better decisions you're going to make, right? Just think about it mathematically and just the principle around innovation, especially if you're trying to build something that hasn't been done before in your world, which by definition, I think most folks are working on something just like that. So in a nutshell, right, the idea is to build a digital twin of the real world, but use it for a practical purpose to make a key difference in a way that hasn't been done before.
Thank you. At least that gives us, some common ground now to begin our conversation, because the crux of the conversation today is the role of digital twins in moving innovation in the state of Maryland. And, this could mean a bunch of different things, but I think, Secretary Rai, you are the best to tell us exactly what this vision looks like for how digital twins could spark innovation and move us forward in Maryland.
So first, thank you to the Council of Competitiveness to use Maryland, and certainly our campus, Morgan State University, to have this conversation. And Kofi, thanks to you for being here today and moderating this conversation. The state of Maryland is quite ahead in this space. If you look at our IMAP programs, for example, studying floods. So again, it's about proactive management, emergency response, and managing your infrastructure. So, digital twins are being used in managing floods' impact. And our institutions of higher education, since I'm representing higher education here, I'm more interested in talking about role of higher education and digital twins, and through that, impact on higher education, and also how higher education makes the state economically competitive. So, University of Maryland, in the area of transportation, they're using digital twins. Again, in the case of flooding and others, how to manage other transportation, changing schedule, buses, things like that. So we are ahead. I know that University of Maryland, Baltimore County, UMBC, they are building as we speak digital twins for wildfires and other things. They are important. And as you know, at Morgan State University, they are building a digital twin of a university, which is extremely, extremely unique. And that's something that can be helpful, that process for the state, certainly for other segments of our higher education, but also that capacity that's being built here. We can model what's happening in Phoenix with participation with Arizona State University and City of Phoenix, building a digital twin of the city of Phoenix. Or you look at what's happening in partnership with University of Florida and City of Jacksonville and NVIDIA, all three together, building a digital twin for the city of Jacksonville. Those possibilities, given what's happening right here on this campus, in our higher education system, ecosystem, and the state, we have those partnerships. As you know, we are actively working with NVIDIA. They have been here on your campus at least a few times to have a similar partnership. So Maryland is a leader in AI, and we are a leader among others as well in the digital twin area, and we'll continue to make that progress.
Well, if I look at the impact that digital twins can have both within the government and even with policymakers, it seems to me the whole role could be to help in both understanding complex systems and how they interrelate to each other. But from your perspective, just looking at policymakers, how could they benefit from a statewide, AI infrastructure built around digital twins?
Yeah, so excellent question. So in order to answer your question, what are our current barriers, right?
Yeah.
The importance we understand, we just heard from the previous panelist about the impact, let's say, just on life sciences.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to come up with a new vaccine or drugs, you have to understand protein structures.
Right.
Understanding protein structures was a complex and time-taking process. One graduate student's PhD thesis for 5 years will decode one protein. But AlphaFold, which is a Google product, it can decode millions of proteins within a matter of weeks. So what does it mean? That we have to focus not just decoding proteins, but we know the protein structure. How can we use that to address diseases, vaccine, and treatments, and things like that? So certainly, if you're using AI, you need databases.
Mm-hmm.
So in a state, as you know, who owns the data, right? Local government, state, business, and industry, and nonprofits. So our data are siloed. How do you bring everything together? Then policies around how do you safely and in a secure way access data and share the data so that AI and computing can be used. So that's one area that we should make more progress. The other is certainly access to compute facilities. Statewide access to compute facilities. We are looking at the models from New York, for example, Empire AI, or Florida's Hypergator model, and what can work here. So our researchers in the state of Maryland, there are approximately 2,000 AI researchers, world-class AI researchers, postdocs, faculty, and others. And they need access to data, and they need access to accelerated computing. Any state that can get there faster gets ahead. And that's what we are trying to do. And you heard our governor this morning, right? So we will continue to make progress. We'll be competitive in those areas.
Excellent. It kind of strikes me how AI is basically changing everything, right? Including digital twins. I remember a little while ago when I was it kind of starting out in this area of digital twin research and looking at just creating a replication of infrastructure in the digital world was a big deal. You know, you have to have 3D LiDAR scans, you have to do all this photogrammetry and stitch things together. It was a lot of work. But now you have like neuroradiance fields, you know, where you can just go walk through a camera, take some pictures, and recreate the environment in 3D in real time. And that's the benefit of AI. So I can see many pilot efforts just coming up all over the place, leveraging this new capability. Andy, my question for you is, how do we tie all of these efforts together? Yes, they're everywhere, and everybody seems interested in them. But if we're going to create a statewide infrastructure, a cohesive unit, how do you bring all these together? And what are the technical challenges in doing that?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And there are obviously technical challenges, right? I'm generally a technologist by background. Obviously, you have to have tooling and platforms, et cetera. But actually, one of the more interesting things that I've seen is in this space, it's really about the art of team building and the art of building cross-disciplinary teams. And that, in my opinion, just from what I've seen out there, is the key to success. And you might say, okay, of course. But when you think about building a simulation of the real world, regardless if it's an industry, if it's a smart hospital, smart factory, a smart university, a smart city, right? Think about all the skill sets required for people to work together to make that happen, right? You might need, you know, for instance, developers, you might need 3D artists, you're going to need subject matter experts on how that industry functions. You probably need data scientists. So if you add it all up, you're looking at probably 10 to 15 different types of skill sets that all need to work cohesively together as one unit to make this happen. And if you compare contrast this to how like education and how you know, just general training has been up to this point, you know, you think about like when I went to school, you know, a long time ago, you know, I was an engineer. I just worked with other engineers. But if you look at AI and especially if you look at the digital twin and simulation frontier ahead, I think that the teams that are comfortable working together will be the ones that will be successful. And if you're in a university, you know, looking at that model, right, where it's all about how do you get folks from different disciplines across different schools to all work together from the get-go comfortably and proactively to make that happen. And how do you promote intangible outreach from, like, for instance, hey, I need a 3D artist, right, to, for instance, clean up that LiDAR scan, right? Mm-hmm. This is a very common use case, right? Hey, I scanned some things, it's very dirty. I need to make this look more realistic, because if it's not realistic, I can't simulate the physics, which then serves as the foundation for me to be able to make that something that I can use to simulate, for instance, that supply chain, or how that school functions, or how whatever that might be, you know. And not only that, like if you look at the future, you know, why is digital twin important? Not just for simulation, as far as a baseline to be able to run all those iterations and make better decisions. It's also the foundation for the future of physical AI and autonomous anything, right? Anything that exists in the real world is simulated many times before it's actually deployed, right? So there are many chapters of this story, and it's extremely important, I think, to get the first chapter solidly correct, right? And that involves not just technology, but also the human capital, the cross-functional teams, at the highest level down to make that happen. And it's all about like culture and learning by doing as teams to make that happen.
So who leads this though? Is it going to be the state government? Is it private industry?
Yeah.
Academia? Who leads the integration effort? This is for both of you.
I think that all of us have a pretty significant role to play. What is clear is that you need a collaborative approach. Mm-hmm. You need experts from, we heard the importance of mathematics. Mm-hmm. Terence Tao's name was mentioned earlier. As a mathematician, I'm delighted. So we all have to play a role from higher education. Certainly understanding the interdisciplinary nature of sciences has become even more important. Yeah. Just 20 years or so ago, when human genome sequencing, we all started talking about quantitative thinking in biology, right? Articles were written like mathematics is the new microscope for biology. Right? When microscopes came, biology advanced. Right? So now you have AI is the new microscope. for biology and other fields as well, because that allowed us to write mathematical equations for certain phenomena. We have done that in physics, right? Newton wrote mathematical equations when apple was falling, right? Hence, you see the scientific discovery that happened. You see the same thing now. We are beyond microscope. We are beyond writing just mathematical equations, but high-powered computing, access to large data sets gives us an opportunity to take this further. Things are certainly happening at an exponential level. In higher education, students are having experiential learning that is career connected. AI proficiency becomes important. We don't want our students to compete with AI. We want them to thrive with AI, right? So I see for us in higher education, there's a great opportunity to lead that work, but it will also require rethinking about how our disciplines are. Right. So how do we break those silos? And then certainly how we work with industries. In AI, as you know, a lot of work is happening in this industry space. How do you bring it to our campuses, our classrooms? So typically we used to collaborate with business and industries on our curriculum and used to get advice once a year. Right? Once a year is too late. Right? So instead of collaboration, I think industries will have to be more integrated in our work. And this will be a symbiotic relationship that will help industries, that will help our institutions. They will create great homegrown talent that they are looking for. Industries also need reskilling, upskilling of their own employees. Enormous opportunities for institutions of higher education. We have to play that role. And I believe institutions of higher education in our state are more than ready to do that work.
Yeah. So, Mr. Lin, though, it's the same question to you in terms of who leads, but then also from your perspective, what is industry's role in general, the way Secretary Rao was describing?
Well, I mean, I think the state of Maryland has an incredible opportunity here, really, I think, to set the standard in this space. We have an interesting mix here, obviously, of both higher education and leadership from the academia perspective and research perspective, but also industry. And obviously, I represent the standpoint, the point of view of industry. I think obviously you need a collaborative approach, right? But I think more importantly than that, what I've seen in this space, it's all about learning by doing. And if you want to have a larger initiative with thousands or even tens of thousands of people participating in this process, you start at a micro version of that, right? So you start by building small teams of industry and higher education partners working together, right? Of all different experience levels. A mix of sort of the 10 to 15 personas that I mentioned earlier, building specifically around something that matters, right? If you're going to build a city, start with a building or a city block, right? If you're going to build a simulation of a large distribution center, start with one line. If you're going to build one of a cutting edge hospital or healthcare institution, right, start with one room. And if you do that, just from my experience, you build not only the technology muscle that you need to understand to be able to scale out, you also build the operational muscle to be able to do that. And you build essentially champions that have built that process out that then can permeate out and inspire others through practical learnings to make that happen. And that's the model that I've seen work. I know we all love to plan here. We all love to create roadmaps and things like that, but this road has a lot of twists and turns to it. And nobody here knows exactly how it's going to go. And the only way you really know is to really start and build, right? It's just like building a startup or building a new product, right? The key is like how many iterations per unit time can you run, right? I tried it, I got feedback. Oh, that wasn't so great. I tried it, I got feedback. Oh, that was a little bit better, right? The key is to get on, right? And to do something, to build something, right? Even if it's not great. Because that's the key, I think, to building a discernible advantage. And if you think about the micro version, how do I scale this out to everybody, right? You start here. And I think another key piece of this is you want to involve as many people in the community building these as possible, right? Because later on, somebody's going to have to use these, right? And the key to getting buy-in for folks that they're trying to use these technologies like AI, like digital twins, you want to involve as many people from the community as possible from the get-go, right? And I think that's something else I've seen at a micro level. I know it's very early, that is really, really key to sort of think about as part of that process.
You actually kind of touched upon one thing I was going to do a follow-up on, but you kind of hit it in that, where do you begin? Like, what is this minimum viable product we should focus on? So Secretary Rye, from your perspective, what is a minimum viable product for the state of Maryland when it comes to digital twins?
I think that digital twins and broadly AI, I think we just want to make sure that our students have access to the best curriculum in that area. We want to make sure that AI is embedded throughout the curriculum, making sure students who are graduating have basic AI proficiencies, and also how AI impacts their own discipline. I think that's one thing. Second, making sure that we are leaders in creating IPs. We are leaders in creating startups on our campuses. We are making sure that our students, our faculty, they are creating those startups. We want to make sure that next OpenAI or Google is created. Well, some of them had origins on our campuses, but we want to make sure that they are created on our campuses. As you know, Morgan State University now is in the top 100 patent producing academic institutions of higher education. You are seeing growth of startup and all that. So our product is that, not just one thing that we developed a digital twin for one thing, right? This is a fast changing environment.
True.
And in these things, it's always good to lead, not follow. It's a disruption. And we want to become a disruptor. We don't want to be disrupted. So I think we have that opportunity. I have every confidence. As secretary, I get to work with all of you very closely. I am on several campuses. I'm here many times. And what I'm seeing here compared to what I see in the rest of the country, we are in a very, very good position.
Encouraging words, but I'm going to always have to try and find the downside. You know, we have to be able to look at both sides of everything. So we have a nice rosy picture of what digital twins can do in the state of Maryland, help stoke innovation. But there has to be an issue that we have to address that, you know, if we do not do so, will put our citizens in danger.
Absolutely. I think you are absolutely right. First, we have to make sure that we build digital twins that truly represents our society, making sure that everyone, every resident is included in that process, so that equity and inclusion is extremely, extremely important. Now, sure, others, the guardrails has to be there. As you know, a young student in Michigan started a startup that can create an agentic bot, and that goes and registers in your learning management systems and does all the work, participates in class discussions, does the homework, takes the exam. So certainly this young man, 22-year-old kid, created this company, highly innovative, right? So we have to make sure that that's out there, and we have to make sure that how our students learn in this environment where all these other disruptors are out there. And this is something higher education has dealt with this before. It's not something completely new to us, but it's vastly more powerful than graphing calculators. It's certainly much more powerful than a typical PC, right? So we have to deal with that. So those are some of the challenges that is out there, and we have to be mindful. But at the same time, don't put so many guardrails so we get behind in innovation.
Okay, I'm gonna do my best to prompt you in a direction that I want you to go, which is privacy, security. This is data that we are essentially collecting from the public, depending on the digital twin that you're building, feeding into a system that is designed to help improve systems and other things. But how do we safeguard that data? And how do we let individuals know what is being collected and how it's being used?
I think it's absolutely important to think about, right? Especially if you're coordinating really at the statewide level around this, which, I commend the whole point of this panel is to talk about really a statewide initiative around this, right? This hasn't really been something that hasn't been really thought of, I think, in great detail yet. Obviously, AI is becoming more of a policy item, but, digital twins will too, right? Because, AI is really, I think, the brain and the ears, right? The understanding. Digital twins are the eyes and all the other senses, right? If you think about building scalable intelligence and expertise that can be used to benefit really all the community and all of society, right? So I think absolutely like transparency, I think is really key, right? Obviously you have to secure the data, you have to do your basics from a tech stack perspective, but you need to really provide, I think, transparent explanations to how the data is being used and for what purpose. And also, I was mentioning this earlier, but a key piece is also just involving the community as much as possible in the construction and the build out of these digital twins. There are a lot of different ways that people can participate. You don't have to just be like a data expert or a developer, right? There are experts in every brick and mortar digital twin that's from a subject matter perspective on how that place functions. Then you also have folks from all experience groups, all the way from high school students, all the way up to obviously colleges and universities, right, of folks that can participate in that build out process too. So I think it's really important to have a great cross section of the community, both in the build process and also the use part of this. So I think that's absolutely important. And then over time, right, I said, there will be, if you think about it, links on a chain, there will, I think, be a transparent way that everyone will be able to monitor the process of these, especially ones that benefit the most people in society. So I think that's a key and just something to keep an eye on. Digital twins, in my opinion, is 3 to 4 years behind where AI is, and AI is very new as far as on its development cycle. So it's a great opportunity for folks to stake their careers the next 20 years in this space. This is the area, if I was going to college now or even high school, I would really focus on myself, even personally. So it's an exciting time. And lastly, I think it's a really great opportunity to build a new way to teach and to learn this space. I think that if you think about all the people working together on cross-functional build projects, there aren't really that many, things like that out there today. I mean, I'm starting to see it across some universities across the country, but it's a great opportunity. Even if you think about I have a 14-year-old, right, and plays games all day, right? There's not a lot of difference between building a game simulating the real world as there is here, right? So there are some interesting ways that I think over the next couple of years that a lot of leading edge institutions will find ways to harness that to get ahead in a way that's not unnatural. So that's just something to think about. So
I'm glad you mentioned teaching, because one thing I didn't hear is how digital twins can improve access. And I think it's tremendous that maybe one day an individual located in some country somewhere who doesn't have access to the resource in a much, a more resource-rich environment can still participate like they're in the lab and doing all the things that individuals in person can do just because of the digital twin infrastructure. So that, to me, is an amazing, exciting thing. As we close, very quickly, give me your one-sentence vision for if everything goes perfectly, where will Maryland be when it comes to digital twin infrastructure and what it enables in 5 years?
So you want that in one line?
In one line.
Maryland will be having digital twins, using that to make sure that I speak for higher education. We are making sure that higher education is accessible, affordable, and highly meaningful and highly relevant. Every credential that our students get is providing them the economic mobility that's needed. So students are getting full advantage of the credential that they get from our higher education institutions. And the businesses are saying they're getting high class, high quality, homegrown workforce.
You took some liberties on that one sentence, but thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. And with that, we'll close the session.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Moving right along, and I promise you, we're closer to dinner than we were. Now let's welcome to the stage Dr. Victor McCrary, Vice Provost for National Security Innovation, Catholic University of America, and Chair of the National Science Board. Mr. Taylor Black, Director for AI and Venture Ecosystems, Office of the Chief Technology Officer, Microsoft, and Founding Director, the Interdisciplinary Institute of AI and Emerging Technologies at the Catholic University of America. Dr. James Moreland Jr., Principal Engineer, MEI Innovation Solutions, and last but not least, Dr. Gracie Narco, Directorate Head for Technology, Innovation, and Partnerships at the National Science Foundation.
What order do we want to? We care?
Okay. So first of all, I want to thank Dr. Wilson and thank Dr. May for us being here today, and the Council on Competitiveness, Mark Nelson, and everybody, Dr. Darrell Pines, Dr. Patrick O'Shea. So seeing Marilyn and seeing Morgan get together. So today we're going to talk about governance and guardrails. And one of the things I wanted to share with you all was I got a call Thursday night that said there was something that was coming in the mail Friday morning. And so it came in the mail, and it is called the National Policy Framework for Artificial Intelligence from the White House. So that came in just this past Friday, and I said, oh my God, that really helps our panel that we're going to do today, because it really changes the fact of what we're talking about in terms of governance and AI. And so with my distinguished colleagues here, some questions have arisen from not only this, but also within the time of when we formed this panel. As you heard previously from the Undersecretary of Energy, we had the Genesis mission. We've had external events globally happening. So there are three questions that come up, and I'm going to ask one of them, and I'm going to start with you, Jim Moreland. And that is about governance and what do we do in a national security context. As you can see right now, we have a conflict overseas. One thing I don't think people counted on both sides is the use of drones, how they're interconnected and how they're using AI. But also, even as we start to deploy AI in our everyday work, whether it's finance, whether it's medicine, are we going to have human in the loop? What is important? Or should we leave it up to the large language models that have been developed? Again, previous panel was talking about in 10 years, we'll have over 40 million AIs and be working in a lot of different areas. But you as ex-military, as both working, with the defense industry, what do you see?
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, in the framework that came out, really it's driving to is a mission-based look at how you're going to use artificial intelligence to execute particular missions. And don't think of it that it has to be a Department of Defense. Think of anything we do as a mission by setting the objectives, what's the desired end state, How are we going to measure that from a measure of success to measures of effectiveness for mission essential tasks you have to execute, all the way down to the measures of performance, which get into the system design where we're used to really living at, right, as a trade space. But with artificial intelligence, how do we embed it as looking at that from the mission, from decomposition of mission, versus as an individual technology that we're going to go off and develop and then try to fit it into how it makes us more effective and efficient. So already that's kind of an underlying theme. And it gets back to what we heard earlier from Governor Moore about having a purpose and a focus of AI, not just doing AI. What are we doing it for? What are we trying to get out of it? So from the governor's perspective, as a weapons developer over the years, we've always looked at the positive control of release of weapon. When a weapon gets released, no matter from what platform, who knows where it is at every point in time? It can't be released from an aircraft and the guidance system's coming from a surface Navy ship and someone doesn't know where it is for even a couple seconds. Because that's how we make sure we know exactly where it's going and then it's not going to do any harm that we didn't expect from it. So this gets into that governance structure. And we have safety boards for weapons that look at that to make sure the best we can do that we're going to have that covered and we're not going to lose this weapon. So you talk about human in the loop, human on the loop. This gets to be a big discussion all the time. And how far are we willing to go as a nation to push the boundaries on that? Human in the loop, they're right in the sequence. It has to go through a human at every point in time across the mission essential tasks to keep the mission executing. All right, so we know latencies occur. Humans make slower decisions a lot of times because they're being overwhelmed by all these sensors producing these large volumes of data coming in, but yet you still got to execute real time. We don't get more time. In fact, it's been compressed with hypersonics weapons. We don't have as much time to make decisions. So how do you augment the human decision maker and still making a decision to release a lethal weapon at times? The human on the loop is we watch the sequence of events occur, we don't interfere, but we have a button to push to stop it if it's going in a bad direction. Okay, and so now you get into the discussions that have always been around that are ethical discussions, whether you want to base it on law of war, on policies. There's really no set defined definition for authority in the Department of Defense, which confuses a lot of things and doesn't allow people to figure out how far do you want to push this issue. But you can push it as far as are we ever going to get to the point where artificial intelligence algorithms are making decisions in a collaborative autonomy type of environment, weapons talking to weapons, and they're deciding what they go hit without humans involved at all. And we know as a nation, we've decided we're not going that far yet. Now, will we ever get there? I don't know, because that can be dangerous if it's not done properly. And that's getting all the way down to understanding the human-machine interfacing, the cognitive load on both. What do you let the machine do and what do you let the human do? And what's the right balance between that? And there's still a lot of misunderstanding, not in-depth understanding in that area of designing new weapon systems. And when I say new weapon systems, which is a system of systems and heterogeneous in nature, and that you got sensors, effectors, platforms, but the human is part of that system of systems also, which we've had a tendency in the DoD for years to forget about until the end. So we design the system of systems, machines, and then we say, okay, now how's a human going to use them in an effective way? Bad way to look at things. Therefore, you have the creation of human systems integration, teaming, and disciplines now to look at that on the front end. As to where is the left and right rudders here, kind of hard to say. I mean, until we get to a zero trust between machines and humans, I'm not sure how much further we're really going to go in letting that happen. Does that put us at a disadvantage as a nation against a lot of our adversaries? Absolutely. Because they're turning them loose and they're taking that risk. And we're not willing quite yet to take that risk. And it does come back to then those decision makers and risk, what we call risk attitudes. Are they a risk taker? Are they risk adverse? Are they risk neutral? And every one of us probably have a different risk attitude as how much risk we're willing to take. So that's why you see a lot of the shifting back and forth across administrations depend on who's making those calls. How much of a risk taker are they versus the previous administration? and that could cause, cause a lot of disagreements, a lot of discussions.
Well, talking about taking risk, this is for you, Taylor. So, you work at Microsoft. You also head the AI Institute at Catholic University, Leonum Institute. And you're doing some things differently because, as Jim has talked about, we've got to worry about risks, but there's no such thing as zero risk. And where do we get to a point where we're stifling innovation? And, what does technology maturity standards look like from your point of view and the things that you're trying to do in both of the roles that you play?
Yeah, certainly. I think it's important to reframe, though, the context in which innovation and risk or governance even can be framed. It's important to remember, too, that standards and governance can be an enabler of innovation as well, and not just a blocker to innovation. You can think of the example of, the movie Apollo 13, when the engineers were given a bunch of stuff put on a table to solve a particular problem, and that constraint, the things they had to work with in order to solve that particular problem helped them achieve a great level of innovation in order to do that. We can also think, of course, of the example of car brakes being necessary for the speeds at which we travel now. That was an innovation that needed to happen before our cars could go that fast, because we needed to also be able to stop in that context, right? And so I just want to reframe it there. I don't think it is the two fighting against each other. It's really a reimagining of when you bring these kind of risk frameworks into play. The way that we like to think about it in product making in tech and in innovation systems that we've built out elsewhere is kind of taking a risk-based, kind of non-prescriptive life cycle approach to risk evaluation and how we manage it. And what that means really is you really start standardizing when you start noticing a common pattern in failure modes, or when you're noticing that interfaces start stabilizing in certain contexts. And really the metric that you're using is the risk of fragmentation here is exceeding the value of the experimentation that you're able to do. Just, putting in standards or putting in governance too early does prematurely perhaps limit the amount of experimentation you can do. And so it's sort of an evaluation of, have we learned enough from the set of experiments that we're converging on a point that now standards and governance make even more sense. Of course, in the AI space, this isn't just on the model level, but it's also on the deployment level. Very, very, very much so. Things like red teaming, things like ensuring that you have the proper human safeguards, as you were speaking about with regard to the human in the loop, ensuring that the human in the loop is formed and trained in the appropriate way so that they can take the correct set of actions, or at least the range of correct set of actions, with the appropriate information necessary to make that kind of decision. And so I'd say early on in governance processes, it can be really helpful to do things like document what you're seeing, paying attention to provenance and understanding where your information is coming from and where it's going. Of course, standards around identity and authentication. And certainly like incident management too, and being able to run those through your processes as well. Notice though that that's all kind of a data gathering sort of motion. It's not that you're prescribing anything necessarily at those early stages when you're trying to understand the picture, understand what the experimentation is showing you. In the later stages, once you've kind of gathered all of that and have some maybe quick shutdown capabilities, if something is outside of the range of what your company or your team is comfortable with, it's then that you can look at like core architecture frameworks and kind of frontier research paths, knowing the set of best practices that your experimentation has been able to surface.
Oh, wow. Well, with all that in mind, Dr. Narcho, you are the directorate head of a directorate that is very interesting. It was the newest directorate at the foundation, I think, in 33 years?
32.
Okay, 32. And if you think about in today's time frame of how we accelerate technology and things, 32 years, is many, many, many life cycles.
It is.
I mean, even just 32 minutes, there's a couple of large language models that have been done. So with that, and what we heard of previous panels, and here in terms of governance and what you've heard from both Taylor and both Jim, what do we have to do differently, as you see, as a person who oversees a portfolio of technologies, that you have to go out there? How do you have to do that differently? How does maybe even your customers, in this case, maybe universities, have to be different in working with the Taylors and considering the things that Jim has had as we go forward in this, should I say, the next 75 years of the National Science Foundation?
So it's a great question. So the whole purpose why we stood up the Directorate for Technology Innovation and Partnerships is to accelerate the translation of the basic research that the rest of the agency funds to impact. So NSF will continue to fund foundational research in the rest of the directorates because that's where discoveries arise. But the question was, why is all of that research being done but not having the impact that it can? Part of the challenge is identifying what are the use-inspired questions, the challenges. And so one of the ways that we have been approaching that is by partnering with industry, other federal agencies, Department of War, for example, and with philanthropies to say, what are the challenges that need to be addressed? And let's do that use-inspired research. Let's bring together all the people that care about problems across this nation, wherever they are. We're also trying to grow the geography of innovation. And so let's fund those folks to grow their research challenges in their regions and to bring together, whether it's state and local government, philanthropy, venture capital, tribal nations, right? So who cares about those problems and how do you best tackle them? We're doing that in a variety of different ways. We've run a ton of pilots because the goal was to learn what works, to learn what doesn't work, which government doesn't always do, right? So if you fail fast and pivot so that we can figure out what works better. We have worked with our university academic partners to develop programs where, you asked where our customers need to change. It needs to be then about more than just publications and conference proceedings, right? Like I know the way promotion and tenure works, but if we care about having impact, we also need to give people credit for partnering with industry, for doing entrepreneurial activities, for creating startups. And having that kind of impact is just as hard as making the fundamental discoveries. And so how do we reward that behavior? How do we encourage it? We've started a series of programs that, accelerating research to translation to practice. We've got our entrepreneurial fellows program. So we are encouraging that behavior, but this is culture change required at the academic level, which is hard, but it will take time, but we are trying to encourage and motivate it. I will say also, for us to have the impact we want, we have been very successful at innovating in the past. We've got systems and processes that have worked. Our competition, like China, has been paying attention, and they are now doing it as well as we are, if not better. They're putting much more money into it. So what do we have to do? We have to develop new mechanisms and approaches to make things work faster. We're going to be launching a new Tech Labs program where we're going to basically bet on a team to work in these critical and emerging technology areas, right? So rather than fund project by project, this will be a longer duration, and we will fund a team that will tackle these problems. And, we've heard from the academic community that to do this research, people spend an awful lot of time on the administration challenges. They're constantly having to apply for more grants. So these will be longer period grants. These will be encouraging academics maybe to take a sabbatical and go work in this area, focus on their research for 2 years before they go back to the university, work with industry, right? So instead of having to compete against each other for, very limited funding, let's all work together and leverage each other's efforts and research so that we can move the needle much more quickly, right? We talk about how long it took, for example, to do CRISPR. Like, what if we had just put all of those folks together and said, work on this challenge and don't spend, 10 to 20 years applying for small grants over time? So how can we help impact that?
So in the remaining time, I've got a closing question for each of you, and I'll start with you, Taylor. And that is, within the context of our panel today and what Gracie just said, that we have to do things differently, give us what you think some things we have to do differently from where you sit in your perspective from what you're doing, going forward. And not only with the governance and the guardrails, but within governance and guardrails, okay, we have to be worried about ethics and responsibilities, but innovation is key. And if where we have innovation, we'll work those guardrails. So from where you sit, what are some new things that we should be considering?
Yeah, certainly. A great deal of my work, both at the Leonum Institute and at Microsoft, involves kind of innovation infrastructure, innovation ecosystems. And what that means is it's setting the conditions for different kinds of innovation to flourish. One of my favorite models for this is kind of a riff on the venture studio model, which is a way of rapidly iterating from idea to prototype to venture launch, whether that's a startup, whether that's a project, an incubation, or even a corporate pilot. The interesting thing about that model is that it does a really good job of marrying the long cycles of fundamental research and kind of core breakthroughs in fundamental science to the more market-driven product market fit demands of more near-term applications. What's interesting about this mechanism too is that it ends up being able to involve a number of people in a pedagogical sort of way across disciplines, where these disciplines are sharing with and learning from each other and creating these kinds of pods or teams that are able to go after certain problem sets in an innovative, rapid sort of way. What's astonishing about that to me too, just hearing the talks today, is how well AI does a good job of kind of interfacing across that whole arc, where it's able to contextualize, where it's able to help the team members move through experimentation, and simulation more rapidly too. So I'm excited to hear so many of the different ways today, and see the experimentation that we're doing in both the programs that I work in tying this deep fundamental research into the innovation motions of our nation.
So Jim, again, within the context of our panel, but where you sit in the defense industrial base, where I sit in the national security innovation space, how do we do things differently, working with the Department of War, industry, and university to create that innovation and leverage it on a time scale? As Gracie said, we don't want to wait years to do that kind of thing, but we might want to be able to do that thing within 6 or 7 months. How do we do that, as well as within, the ecosystems of the universities, or what has to change?
Yeah, good question. So one of the things, going back to my time at Raytheon, right, and trying to go back and work with the academic institutions, one of the things we always took a lot of time to look at is the intellectual property piece, right? You always get an argument, hey, who really owns the intellectual property? If a company's paying for it, you get an argument they own a lot of it, whereas all the smarts and thoughts are coming from academia, they should have it. So that's one area that seems to create a hurdle, right? I'm not saying it's not something you can't overcome, but it creates a hurdle. Two, this whole thing about interdisciplinary, right? How do we get the next generation to be graduating with some good experience in doing interdisciplinary type of design work versus, hey, you got the one discipline that you were trained in, you got your degree in, and that's what you come out with. Because everything today is all interdisciplinary. And how do we drive that? How do we give them some experiences? Like a good example, the University of Maryland is the race team. The individuals who play on that race team come out with a tremendous amount of experience that the regular grad doesn't come out with. And that's going to move us much faster to get them those experiences. But yet, that's a voluntary thing, right? I'm not saying this stuff's easy, because what do you take away to allow time to do that? It's hard. And in my talks with all the military academies now who want to look at mission engineering integration, it's like, well, what do we take off the curriculum to fit that in? That's very important, and that's tough to get to do.
So Gracie, I'm going to give you the closeout question along the same lines as Taylor and Jim, and that is both from inside the agencies. We talk a lot from the National Science Board about Next Gen NSF.
Mm-hmm.
How does federal research agencies work differently or across? You can name all the 3-letter acronyms and the DARPAs and those, but how do we work differently inside in terms of program officers? Okay, and then would you like to see, particularly both the industry and the university landscape, because you fund both.
Yep.
Okay, how would you like to see that differently so that we can spur this innovation really, really quick?
So I think inside the agency, we have to be willing to take more risk, right? I heard risk mentioned. We have to recognize that if everything we fund is successful, we probably haven't taken enough risk, and that is our role. And so all sides of agencies have to accept that, not just the program side, but on the operations side. We have to figure out how to manage and mitigate risk, not just run away from it. It is all about partnering. If we want to accelerate things, we have to appreciate what are the challenges, what are the problems, what are the problems that industry needs us to solve, and let's collaborate across academia, industry. Philanthropy cares about many of these same issues, right. And how do we bring everybody together, and where can we make things move faster? We just did an interesting pilot with Sprin, the German Agency for Disruptive Innovation, to see if we could move funding faster. And in fact, if you line everything up right, it was like less than 60 days to post an opportunity, less than 60 days to get to funding, and then get people working on those problems, again, together, and let them focus on solving the problem so that they're not also trying to teach and publish in it, right? So let's create environments where folks can actually focus on solving the big problems.
Okay. All right, we got just under 2 minutes. So I'm going to start with you, Gracie, and end up with you, Taylor. 2 or 3 words about innovation that you would like to see different when it comes to AI.
Well, I think a lot about the guardrails. So, creativity, innovation is wonderful. I think about, how do we manage that within the world of national security and ensure that, things don't go awry. We have programmable cloud labs that operate 24/7 without intervention by humans. How do we make sure that when we're all sleeping, that things are still going okay from a national security perspective? So as long as people are thinking about it all along, I trust that things will be okay. But
2 or 3 words, Jim, in guardrails and governance when it comes to AI, at the same time keeping innovation. So now.
Yeah, I think one of the big areas that we were at least doing a lot of investigating at Raytheon was how fast can we reconfigure these large system of systems architectures to fight our missions? And then you'll hear everybody throw out, well, how about modular open systems architecture, weapons open systems architecture? Yeah, that's fine and dandy, but how do you really design that into complex system of systems? Think a lot of systems coming together to operate. And one of the areas we were really going down is these software-enabled interfaces, which is where AI would come in. How do you just modify the software of the interfaces to change the interfaces so you can reconfigure the force real time in theater and not have a point-to-point solution or a proprietary-to-proprietary interface where you can't do that? Because it takes away all our options. We lose a lot of flexibility in how we operate.
And Taylor, you got 23 seconds. Few words.
Yeah, I'm excited for the ways in which AI can integrate innovation efforts across different teams and companies. The context engine that it's able to achieve and the way in which it's able to combine basic things into novel ideas and new ways of thinking. I think that ecosystem is what I'm super excited about.
Well, you all have imparted a lot of knowledge to our group today. I want to thank you. This ends our session, but please stay around because I know there's going to be a lot of people who want to talk to you afterward. And you've given us some more insight. You know what? I think I can go back to the White House and say, hey, we've got some ideas for this thing that came out last Friday. Thank you, three. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Victor.
Thank you.
Oh, they want to take a picture.
For your patience today, you've earned a break. A break to walk from this venue across the hall to the amphitheater, where we will have a series of lightning talks on how AI will be shaping our future in an ever increasing manner as we move forward. And again, the reason that we're moving is that we are moving to another venue to allow the staff to come in and reconfigure this space for a very entertaining and exciting early evening session. And we'll feed you during that session as well. So if we can transition to the amphitheater, please.
And the purpose of these lightning talk sessions, we highlight the innovation happening in the world of AI, but process. And so, without much ado, we'll go ahead and get started with our first speaker. Dr. Gabriel Waters, would you please come up because she will be speaking today on growing AI talent pipelines and the American future workforce.
But there's an export license exception amongst these countries because they've all harmonized EICs in many countries working with entities like the IOs.
It's already more stressful. So I only have 15 minutes. I already used up one. So here's how it's going to work. This is going to be very interactive. And so I come with you and try to get this idea out. So I say anything at all that surprises you, and then applause me.
The subjects came in actually when the collective export.
Yeah, you can hear me clap 5 times. I'm already starting with the boss. So, welcome. I want to start out by talking about AI. Easy, right? Have you, in the last week, used ChatGPT, Claude, or any other AI generation yet? Keep your hands up. If you've received any formal training from your employer on how to use AI. Ooh. Ooh. That's about $45 trillion at this one now. That's the challenge we're facing. You can put your hands down if they're still up. I'm going to say some numbers. I'm going to pause. And I want you to snap your fingers and listen. 90% of enterprises face critical AI shortages right now in 2026. Does that statistic surprise you? Some people are 67% of employees have received 0 AI training. That's surprising. Some surprise. 94% of CEOs say that AI is their top skill priority. So we're not surprised that there's a demand. We're not surprised that there's not a lot of training. And we're not surprised that CEOs want this. So there's a mismatch going on between the availability of those skills and the demand. People who have skills in AI earn 56% more in wages. That's surprising. Not 5%, not 15, 56% more than their peers who do not have AI skills. So this AI skills gap, as we see in these statistics, it's not coming, it is here now. And it's costing us a lot, not just in missed opportunities, but in delayed products and a competitive advantage. But here's the part of this really cost. When we look at who is missing from this AI workforce, we see a pattern of voices that are missing from the table, missing from the decisions, missing from the development, missing from the evaluation. Think about the fact that a lot of populations, diverse populations, only make up 1 to 3% of the workforce at major tech companies. Ladies, women in tech roles have actually been
you win either.
Yes, Mountain
True,
Time.
true,
So
okay.
I'll be once behind.
Behind Michigan. Behind Michigan. Chicago.
Oh, Denver.
Denver, the festival.
Yeah.
The future of education,
The future. And Chicago is the center.
AI systems, and the teams that build those systems do not reflect the people who did. Raise your hand if you have ever encountered a technology that was clearly not designed for people like you and That's what happens when we build without diversity. So this is what most people don't know. I'm going to say something, and I want you to repeat the last few words back to me. Ready? The solution is already being built. Where? On HBCU and MSI. HBCU and MSI. Right? Robert Smith, millionaire, founder, personally funding generative AI curricula at Morehouse and Spelman. Why do you think this is? Because when we include more perspectives and viewpoints and experiences into the conversation, we get better products. This is not theoretical. This isn't 5 years from now. Students are in these programs today. They're building AI programs, earning certifications, they're testing, they're evaluating, they're validating, and they're landing jobs with that main driver of this economy, which is that 56% wage increase for the workers. So let's do a thought experiment. I'm looking at you. Close your eyes and breathe this here. I want you to picture an AI system making a decision about you. Maybe it's deciding if you get a raise, or if you get hired for a job, or if you get approved for housing, or what medical treatment you deserve. Now imagine that system was built by a team that has never met anyone like you. Never heard your story, never understood your context. Good call and response. When our teams think alike, our systems safely or now, when I was at this, we actually had a name for this because when things are homogeneous, right? You can inject heterogeneity as an attack because the system is very vulnerable to things it's never seen. And in your experience just on the slides, you look at this. It's the same circumstance. Reverse skills that build and create better systems. Systems that work for more, systems that can harmful biases or women, systems that reflect that full spectrum of human experience, plus nutritionalness, administrators, data medicine. So we've got one question. Looking at this. So what do we do? Open up people into different parts of the room. John, you're right in the center, so points here. State leaders, policymakers, and that's you. Decide whether you're that person or not. Prioritize your own workforce development. Make sure it includes HBCUs. Champion net state funding. Champion incentives and procurement policies that reward partnerships with these campuses. Treat them as strategic and security innovation infrastructure, not as afterthoughts. John, you're right. Institutional first. If you're running programs in institutions, build corporate partnerships, join cross-institutional collaboration, integrate across disciplines, not just in computer science, not just in electrical and computer engineering. Nothing personal. Employers and recruiters. Don't sleep on HBCUs and MSIs. These are talent pipelines. Students are coming out with the skills, the real world projects, the ethical AI training sourced from these programs. Build the partnerships, invest. And for everyone, when you see AI being built without that diversity, say something. When you see talent being overlooked because of where someone went to school, whether AI will change every industry. It will. It has. The question is who gets to build it? HBCUs and MSI are answering that question. Not waiting for commission, not waiting for support, building pipelines. They're training talent. They're writing a story. Let's make sure that we are listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Waters. Next up, we have Dr. Mansour Jihani, Professor of Transportation and Urban Infrastructure Studies at Morgan State University, and also the Director of the National Transportation Center, Smart Center. And the presentation today is going to be focused on building smarter cities for responsible AI. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for listening to my presentation. As Dr. mentioned, I'm the director of National Transportation Center and Smarter Center at Morgan State. Wanted to mention that Smarter Center is the regional university transportation center. We are the lead of Mid-Atlantic region. That's the first time that any institution in Maryland is the lead of such a consortium of the University Transportation Center, and also the first HBCU to have that. And National Transportation Center at Morgan has been working on research, workforce development, education in transportation for over 30 years. When I'm talking, you're going to see this video that's what we are talking about smart city, smart campus, and digital twin of our campus. So one of the research that we have done is making our campus a smart campus. We believe that making a smart city starts from its transportation. How we can move people and goods in a smart and safe and also efficient way. So what we did for the last 2-3 years, we have started making a smart campus. We have a very small test bed that it's 1.5 mile of a stretch of a roadway that we have put all of those devices. We have LiDARs, cameras. This is a 3D point cloud of a LiDAR at the three intersections from Cold Spring and Hillen Road all the way to 33rd and Hillen Road. So we have LiDARs that they are looking at any object that passes through the intersections. We can see, and in real time we receive those data in our lab. And also we have equipped some of Morgan shuttles with some equipment that it does the communication between vehicles and between also like two-wheelers, bicycles, and scooters. And also we can have it on people having pedestrian. So these are the communication that, as you see, these are the communication that happening between vehicle and vehicle. And also here is vehicle and infrastructure. When you go through the intersections, you receive messages, safety messages. You can see how the traffic phasing and timing is. When you're getting to the intersection, it's telling you like 30 seconds to green, and what would be the next one. We can change the traffic light in real time. If there is a pedestrian or a bunch of pedestrians that are walking across the crosswalk, and if they see, if the pedestrian still is in the crosswalk, all of the lights stays red, and the pedestrian walk extends up to 6 seconds, so the pedestrian can clear. That's for people with in wheelchair, older people that are walking slower, or it could be somebody with kids with stroller, all of that. So it makes them safer when they're going through our intersections. We also, so we are thinking having that as a safe and efficient way. So safety is the first priority, but also having a responsible AI. All of this is happening with AI. So having a responsible AI, making sure that we are having people's security in our mind and also their privacy. So the good thing about LiDAR is it shows anything that passes through, but we cannot recognize the license plate or how the person is shaping. So it's not the privacy of people is in mind. And also the safety, that all of those safety messages, all the safety that we have between equipment, between people, that they can make them more safe. And also this smart campus that we have started, it is a living laboratory with very high quality data that we get in real time. We have tons of data that is coming every second. So we have been collecting all of that data and we're processing it at the intersection with edge processor. And then we send the process to our lab. And our lab is getting connected to Baltimore City and to the state of Maryland. So they can have they use it for the traffic management center. So you can manage the traffic. Let's say an incident happened, right away they will know that. If there is, like let's say it's an emergency vehicle going to come through our corridor, the traffic light can get green to show, to open the roadway for the emergency vehicle. If there is a transit, buses coming, it gives some more priority to the buses. It doesn't get green right away like emergency vehicle, but it gives the priority so the buses can go faster through the city. So that's what the stuff that we have been doing. And also we are making a digital twin of all of that. So we have started our digital twin. We have it for one intersection. We're expanding it to the whole intersection and all of those. So on my right, it's the blue-green section is the section that we have already changed it to a smart campus, but we are extending all those red areas is the extension that we are talking about. So we're going to extend the smart campus to cover almost all of the roadways, major roadways on campus. and also go to that new satellite, which is the Clifton Park. So we can have all of that, and all of the shuttles can be equipped with the devices that we have. So when Morgan shuttles go through all of these routes, they are safer. When our students going through, walking through the campus, they're going to be safer. And also, we are proposing to have a dedicated area for autonomous vehicle. So autonomous vehicle can be in the Clifton Park, and we can do the research for autonomous vehicle. But beyond that, autonomous shuttle can go through all of these. So we can have autonomous shuttle going from North Campus all the way to Clifton Park and come back all by itself, and students and faculty and staff can use that. So this digital infrastructure that we have started to build and digital twin of this gonna make our campus very unique, maybe the first smart campus that we can claim. And this connected autonomous vehicle testbed that we started and we have is very unique. There are many campuses that have it, but they have usually they have isolated and it's just using their own vehicle to test. Ours is in the city roads. So it's mixed traffic. All the vehicles are going through that and our vehicle is going through that. So that's very unique. And our work with the city, Baltimore City, we have expanded that throughout the city. You can see on the left side, those are the corridors and intersections in the city that we are using our technology and going there. So we have several projects with the city in Blair Road, North Avenue, Greenmount, all of those. We are putting our equipment. We are looking at what are the problems, the safety problems, and how we can fix those problems. So we are going from a small test bed to a smart campus to a smart city, and having a digital twin of that we have started already working, and we're working with Dr. Summers, Vice President Summers, and we have digital twin on all of that. And I think I am done. I want to check, making sure that I said everything. I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Gianni. And imagine this, we're actually ahead of schedule. Who would have thought? Let me welcome our next guest up here, Dr. Sheena Riti, Associate Professor, College of Information and Associate Director of Research for Artificial Intelligence, Interdisciplinary Institute, University of Maryland, College Park. Her talk will be on rethinking innovation in the age of disruption.
Great, thank you. Thank you all so much. They told us no slides, so I don't have slides. Okay. All right. So good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. And I'm going to start the conversation off by talking about the one thing that we've continuously talked about today, which is disruption. And so in the past few years, AI has changed how decisions are made, how labor is organized, how products are designed, and how knowledge is produced. We all talked about that all today. And more simply put, what we're seeing is these skills that we've seen build over decades, and how even for us in higher education we've talked about, are really being compressed or even eliminated by models that are trained in months. Everyone in every sector, from tech to journalism, education, law, finance, business, all of it, are asking this really uncomfortable question, right? Which is, what exactly do I do that AI cannot do, right? Everybody wants to keep their jobs, or at least how to not do it well. And so what we're seeing, this especially in higher education, where students are questioning the value of learning in a moment where AI is predicted to take over so many jobs. And that is my very dystopian view. So let's take a step back from that, because while this moment feels unprecedented, it's actually very familiar. And we've seen this kind of disruption before. And we've seen it with the printing press, which disrupted information and who has access to information, and really about power and knowledge. We've also seen it in the Industrial Revolution, which disrupted labor and shifting large populations from farms and rural areas to cities. We've seen it in mass access to electricity, and which disrupted our everyday lives. And it redefines what work looks like and also what sleep looks like for us. The internet, for us most recently, we probably remember a pre-internet phase, which disrupted communication and commerce and entire industries. And smartphones and social media has interrupted our attention and how we interact with each other and the boundaries between work and life. And while these moments seem to bring this level of uncertainty, they also brought this opportunity which forced people to really rethink what are their roles, what are their skills, and their place in changing systems. And so it showcases a couple of things, right? Two things. First, it suggests that innovation, when we think about innovation, it doesn't just come from the technology itself, but from how we understand and shape it and actually apply it. And then second, it suggests that the technical innovations, it really follows this arc when we think about disruption. It goes something like this. It goes disruption, we start with disruption, then it comes to a reckoning, and then it goes into integration, where we really think about how are these tools embedded in the fabric of our lives and in our infrastructures. So I'm going to argue that right now, today, we are in a reckoning phase with AI, or this inflection point. So the question is not, again, about technical advances that AI will make. I agree with Dr. Waters. It's going to make lots of advances. But the question is who gets a seat at the table in guiding and shaping AI? And so what are we doing to widen the table so that we have a variety of voices and perspectives involved in AI development, the design, and its usage? And so that's why I really appreciated your talk as well. And so that's where I come in. Again, I'm Sheena Arete. I'm a computer scientist by training, and I spent the past 2 decades really thinking about how do we build technologies with vulnerable communities at the center, where they can be a part of shaping technologies, and specifically AI, to fit into their everyday lives. And so just in case you fall asleep, because it is the afternoon, and I loved your sanity check because most people didn't respond, right? If you don't make it to the end of my talk, here's the 3 main principles that well, the first principle that I believe, the main crux of it, which is I believe that every person, no matter who their background is, has something useful to add into the conversation that we have about AI. And so there are 3 main principles that I really want to focus on when we think about AI. First, AI development must include everyone, especially those who are most vulnerable to its impacts. If people who are most affected by these systems are not a part of shaping them, we shouldn't be surprised that these systems actually fail them. And so second, innovation will not just come from the technology alone, it'll actually come from how the technology is integrated into various contexts. So the most meaningful innovation happens when AI is grounded in the lived experience of people, it's informed by domain expertise, and is shaped by interdisciplinary collaboration. And third, I believe we must prepare people, not just systems, for what an AI-infused world will look like. And that means investing in education and workforce development and pathways that enable individuals and communities to not only adapt to AI, but also actively shape it. And so let's talk about what this looks like in practice. And I'm drawing from my own research and our work at the AI Interdisciplinary Institute at Maryland. And so first, I spent nearly 2 decades doing research in Chicago, and that reflect these principles. And so in one of the projects I had, I partnered with street outreach workers. These are violence prevention workers to co-design a mobile app to support violence prevention efforts across the city of Chicago. And so this project was by the community organizations that do this work, and they led it and they were a part of it from the start. So we worked together to develop the app's features and really simply the algorithms that were behind the app with street outreach workers. They owned the data, they owned the app, et cetera. And the goal was really simple. How do we help them mediate conflict when they're on the streets of Chicago? And how do they strengthen coordination across the city? And so what we saw was that the tool actually became a way for these street outreach workers to support each other in real time, and to share their work across different teams. The innovation wasn't just, again, in the technology, but it was really how do we embed it in their work practices that exist. In another project we worked on with communities, we really wanted to rethink data and the data that are used in these AI systems, and how do they shape like out of school learning landscape for young people. So these are K through 12 out of school opportunities. So instead of relying only on institutional data, we actually hired residents, educators, and even the youth themselves to begin to map their own communities. And so they identified things like strengths and assets in their communities, what are the gaps and challenges. And our team helped to build out these data visualization tools, as well as the practices that they use to use these technologies that we built. And then those technologies were used in discussions about how to transform the community so that all youth have out-of-school learning opportunities with their interests. We brought this approach to Baltimore, and we just did that in the last 2 years, where instead of out-of-school learning opportunities, we focused on public transportation. So this work reflects that first principle that I talked about, which is that people most impacted were not just participants in this. They were actually the decision makers in all of these projects. The second is that the innovation didn't come from the new algorithms that we built or the tools, but it came from grounding that into that community data practices and in the local context. And then the last one is that it reflects that communities weren't just like given these tools, but really we focus on how do we build capacity in order to advocate for resources, influence policy, and then they can use those tools to actually shape their own futures. So what emerged really wasn't like better data. It was actually like a stronger ecosystem across the community and the neighborhood. There were new partnerships that were forged and sustained community-led change. And then the last example is really going to focus on how do we prepare middle school youth and their families in engaging AI. And that really focused on that third principle about preparing people for an AI-infused world. So in this work, we bring youth and parents into this process of understanding and experimenting with AI, not just as passive users, but as learners who are engaged in critical AI literacy. And they explore not only what is AI, but how do they build it, how does it work, and how does it show up in their lives and in their families and their communities. Again, we're starting with those who are typically left out of these conversations, youth here, and we do this here in Maryland and typically in Prince George's County. We ground their learning in everyday context. So what do they see? What are their experiences? What do they care about? And then we focus on building capacity, but not just focus on the youth, but also their families and the caring adults that are around them. And so they're not just adapting to AI, but they're developing the ability to question it and to shape it and ultimately lead it. And then in my role as associate director, I shouldn't have looked at the time, really, that's what happened. Associate Director of Research, which is this new AI Interdisciplinary Institute at Maryland, is this approach that we're taking to research and learning. And so we're building an ecosystem at the University of Maryland that really intentionally focuses on interdisciplinary and really is focused on real world impact. So that starts with people. And we're in the process of hiring 40 new faculty across the university, but not just in the technical areas, but in fields like public policy and in education and in the humanities and beyond, because the future of AI will be shaped as much by the context and as governance as much as it is about code. And that same philosophy is reflected in how we're preparing our students for academic programs. So for example, we launched a BA in AI, which is housed in the College of Arts and Humanities, and a BS in AI situated in computer science. But more importantly, neither of those programs is in isolation. It's actually students take courses across colleges. They're engaging in AI from the technical to the social and policy perspectives. The goal is to prepare these students to not just build AI systems, but to really understand the broader implications for such systems. That's why I really appreciated the last panel so much. We're also investing in research that connects disciplines and domains, projects through seed funding that really brings faculty together to tackle real world problems. And we have over 200 affiliated faculty that work, that are a part of a but we're creating these kind of collaborative infrastructure where the work can actually happen, and we support that. And at the same time, we're building like these deeper partnerships with industry where we shift the collaboration from integration to trying to figure out how is our research really informs practice, but also that our students engage in real world experiences in the workforce, so that because they are the next generation. And so we're opening up this conversation we're also opening up this conversation through public programming and virtual talks and convenings that we have, because it's not really just about, again, us building the systems, which we do at UMD really well, but it's also that we are really thinking inclusively about AI. And so to close, we recognize that this disruption that I started with is real, right? We see it, the anxiety is real. We want to acknowledge that. And it's really tempting for us to wait or to hedge or to let someone else figure it out, et cetera. But that's not really what we're going to do. And that's not what we're going to do at Maryland. And so I'm looking at my president now who's sitting up there, right? We're going to build, we're going to create experiences, we're going to evaluate, we're going to critique. We're also going to take risks. And so that is the thing that makes the world a better place. So I really agree with you, Dr. Waters, where you said that the future is not written yet, right? Like about AI, but this work that we do, the work that we fund, the research that we conduct, the policies that we make, and the values that we center, really, these are the chapters that are being written right now about AI. And so it's really imperative that we write them well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Everton. You quite frankly didn't have to rush because your colleagues gifted you. They gifted you with time. All right, next up we have Dr. Amanrama Shariki. He is the Director of AI and Data Strategies for the Bezos Earth Fund, and he will be speaking today on investing in modern AI for solving critical climate and nature challenges.
Afternoon, everyone. So I'm the Director of AI at the Bezos Earth Fund. Prior to joining the Bezos Earth Fund, I spent about 6 or 7 or so years as a senior principal scientist at NVIDIA. So I sort of come from a very technical standpoint. We had the pleasure of doing funding for University of Maryland with Professor Jacoby Wilson on doing some data work in the climate space, and then also with Dr. Wang in the computer science department. He's somewhere around here. He was in another room. So we've been able to fund Morgan State as well. So I'm going to sort of I think about things in really simple ways, mental models. I'm going to tell a few stories to get you guys to understand sort of how I think about this space using AI to be really innovative and disruptive, which is a term that's been used here a lot. So I'll start off by saying the way we think about it, and specifically I think about doing investment at the Bezos Earth Fund, is that there is a distinct difference between invention and discovery. And oftentimes these things are conflated. And so the way you want to think about this is the invention was deep learning, self-supervised models, and transformers. The discovery from that invention were your Gen AI models like ChatGPT, Claude, so on and so forth. So how we think about that is telescope. Telescope was an invention. The discovery is what you can do with that telescope, is what we were able to figure out, and that we weren't the only planet, that there was actually a solar system, that there was actually, that we could see ourselves in relation to other planets, so on and so forth. So it's the invention versus the discovery. Invention is a compass. With the invention of the compass, we essentially realized that Earth is a big magnet, right? And so invention and discovery. And I think what I tend to see mixed up in a lot of funding requests that come my way is that those get conflated. So at the Earth Fund, we fund the discovery, not interested in the invention, right? So the invention would be NSF, DARPA, those folks. We're funding the discovery. And the discovery is really the game-changing thing. Now, let me give you an example of what I mean by game-changing discovery. Anyone here in the room is familiar with the term Move 37? You know, because I've told this story before. So Move 37. So there's this great documentary about, it's been mentioned here today already, Google DeepMind. And this model that they built, this AI model that they built called AlphaGo, that competed against the world's best Go players. In particular, the world's best Go player, Lee Sedol, in Korea. And it was 5 games that they played. The second game, on the 37th move, AlphaGo made a move. And that move was, if you watch the documentary, it's an amazing documentary. If you watch the documentary, Lee Sedol himself was confused and nonplussed by the move that AlphaGo made. The people who were announcing it started to laugh because they were like, that's the weirdest, craziest move you would ever see. The Google DeepMind team themselves thought that that model was malfunctioning. So they actually did research on the spot, and they found out that there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that a human would have made that move. So it was a move that was counterintuitive to anything that a human would do. But yet and still, after the fact, it is now regarded as one of the most beautiful and one of the most strategically smart moves that could have been made in Go. But it was not a move that a human would have ever conceived of. At least a 1 in 10,000 chance. It's highly unlikely. Even Lee Sedol thought it was a dumb move. What that showed was the first time an AI model can exhibit creativity, right? And so let me give you an example of what that looks like here. If, Morgan State is doing a lot of build out. So if you went to an architecture, a construction, and a development company, and your AI suggested a certain type of build out in a certain area in a certain way, and all of the top experts said, that's crazy. We would never do that. Why would you do that? That is the dumbest thing that you would ever do. And then lo and behold, it's actually a fairly smart way to build something out with the type of materials in the type of space. And so what we are looking for are mechanisms and ways that we can fund and get behind creative use of AI that put you in spaces and make decisions that oftentimes we would not make. Let me rewind for a second. We think AI is creative. We ask it questions and it gives us answers, right? But those answers are what's referred to as interpolation. They train on gobs and gobs of data. That's a technical term. Gobs and gobs of data. What they do is interpolate that data. So a simple example is if you asked it, make me a new car that has never, ever existed in mankind history. Make me a brand new car. What it knows is it'll take the wheels from a monster truck, the chassis from a Corvette, the engine from a Chevy, the insides, the intelligence of a Tesla, and pull it all together and call it a new car. Technically, it's a new car. Technically, you've never seen it before and it's never existed. But is it really a new car? Is it really AI being creative? Absolutely not. And so AI leaders like Jan LeCun and others have said, we need a new invention to get us to that space of creativity. And so we work with funders, organizations, grantees, prospective grantees to think about the discovery part. But the discovery part, how can AI be creative, specifically in the climate and nature space? How can AI help us make decisions that are a 1 in 10,000 chance that a human would have made that decision? And so we look for, needless to say, I don't fund LLMs at all. I don't touch this. I'll leave that up to other folks. I don't go anywhere near it. I want you to think bigger and broader and more extensive. Here's an example of that. One of the things that we're digging into, and my founder has asked us to invest in, are world models. You guys familiar with world models? Right? And so for those who aren't, let me give you a sense of the world model. So most recently, we were working with an organization, well, Google DeepMind and some other academic entities created, anybody familiar with Minecraft, right? So Google DeepMind had to train, well, let me rewind. So this is not my example, but Jan LeCun uses this example. Why does it take millions and millions and millions of hours of training a car to drive, and they still can't drive autonomously, but you can train a 17-year-old in like 2-3 days, and they pretty much have the gist of it? It's because they have a concept of the world. They have a concept, because they've learned that concept of the world over time. When they get behind a wheel, you don't have to teach them everything from zero. And so they use that concept of the world that they've gained over those 17 plus years to drive. And so that's what world models are about, of creating these models such that you can learn it. So they created a Minecraft model. So historically, years ago, in those of you who know Minecraft, you know, mining for diamonds is like the most impressive thing. Like diamonds is the hardest thing to get, one of the hardest things to get in Minecraft. So Google DeepMind used to train the miner in Minecraft to mine for diamonds. How they trained it was they showed it hundreds and thousands of hours of the process to mine for diamonds. That's one way. What in 2025 with world models and a world model of Minecraft, what they've been able to do is now put a Minecraft player in an autonomous Minecraft player in a Minecraft world, a complex Minecraft world, and it would learn itself. It would learn the world, exist in the world, and it would learn how to mine without you ever giving it any advice, teaching it, or anything. It existed in that world. And so this is the thing that moves us past digital twins, in that the world exists and you can learn and engage in that world. Let me give you an example in the nature space. Imagine if we created a world, a particular habitat, let's say in the Amazon. We think about biodiversity. We think about how do we conserve and expand biodiversity and save species, plants, animals in that biodiverse space, in that habitat. One of the things that's important to us is understanding what goes on in that habitat and the integration within that ecosystem and the integration of everything within that ecosystem. So imagine creating an ecosystem where you could actually insert digitally a frog or any species, bird or otherwise, into that ecosystem, and you learn how it engages with the world. Then you can insert different things into that ecosystem to understand how they react to that ecosystem. And even more importantly, when you're trying to expand certain species or save certain species within that ecosystem, you can interject certain things into that world. And so we've been working with institutions to build a world model like that, that simulates biodiverse habitats across the globe, right? And so I'm just gonna, yeah, I had to stop that world models. And so for us, where we have put a lot of thought, and when I say we, my program, the AI program, we've put a lot of thought into investing in discoveries, AI discoveries, not AI technology, but AI discoveries, but also AI discoveries that are so creative and so innovative, you can look back and see where it made decisions about the globe, about nature, about climate, that this is controversial in this setting, I know, that even the top, most elite scientists would not have considered. But that those top and elite scientists are using AI to get to that place of super intelligence and being able to make decisions that they would not have otherwise. And so those are the spaces that we're really interested in at the Basel Surf Fund. And I'll just end by saying, since I do have 3 extra minutes, when you look at 3 properties, Blue Origin, which is really focused on moving polluting industries off world. When you look at the Basel Surf Fund, which is really focused on making the earth a better place in terms of conservation, restoration, and climate. And then you look at the third property that some of you may know about that just came online is Project Prometheus, which is about advanced AI and manufacturing, which is how do we move polluting industries off world is we innovate in the space of manufacturing and material science. And so these 3 things for us work together. So it's really a perfect example of how we're thinking about AI in an innovative way to solve some of the most intractable and complex problems. And we look forward to continuing working with Morgan State and UMD.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aminra Mashriki. So next up is, well, it was Dr. Timothy Summers, but as was mentioned earlier, unfortunately, due to some travel snafus, he will not be able to make it. And I think you've seen my face too many times today, but here I am one more time to take up the slack a little bit. So please give me a moment. I did write some comments to speak to in regards to his topic that he was going to brief you on, which is Morgan State's AI infrastructure and our plan for implementing enterprise AI. Do I have the, oh, I have it right. Excuse me. So let me go ahead and start with a little provocation. Every major nation on earth is in a race to own the future of artificial intelligence. The United States government knows this, the private sector knows this, and increasingly, I think higher education is waking up to this, the reality of what this actually means for universities like Morgan State. The question is not if AI will reshape the way research is done, workforce is done. The question is really about whether or not, well, really who would own the future and who will be left renting. Because right now, most institutions, including most universities, are essentially renters. We consume AI as a service. We send our data to someone else, and we essentially pay per query. We get insights back, but we don't keep the intelligence. We don't build institutional memory. We don't capture the value that we help create. That is the model that we are choosing to reject here at Morgan State University. And today, I want to tell you why, and also show you what we're building instead of that model. There is a quote on this slide. There we go. If Arizona State is the new American university, then Morgan is the new digital university. Let me tell you what is meant by that. Arizona State transformed the American higher education by reimagining access, by scaling the model of who gets to attend a research university. That was a genuine innovation. It was a real leap. And it earned ASU the right to be called the new American university. Morgan State's transformation is about something a little bit different. We are not just reimagining who gets educated, we are reimagining how the institutional itself operates, how it learns, how it adapts, and also how it leads in real time. We are aiming to be the new digital university as a design principle. Here's what it means in practice, though. There are three things that distinguish Morgan's approach. The first, built for speed and trust. Those two words usually kind of sit in tension with each other. You know, speed is rapid innovation, deploying new tools, testing new ideas, adapting quickly. Trust means legitimacy, governance, accountability, and ethics, you know, protecting of student and faculty data. Most institutions are forced to choose between these two. They either move fast and break things, or they move cautiously and then fall behind. Morgan is architecting a system where you don't have to choose. Research, governance, execution are deliberately separated so innovation can move quickly without sacrificing legitimacy. Two, public mission at real scale. Morgan State is a public urban research university. We serve a student population that the national AI economy needs, and often overlooks, well, needs and often overlooks. Our mission is not just to prepare students for the AI economy. Our mission is to ensure that students from underrepresented communities become architects of that economy. That is a national workforce imperative and is one of the most important things happening on this campus. Three, an institution that learns as a system. We are building feedback loops between research and operations and learning that makes the entire institution smarter over time. When we analyze operational data, it kind of helps, that feeds back into how we teach. When faculty research produces a new model, those models can be embedded into how the institution runs. And in this way, the university learns as a system, not as in siloed departments, but as a unified adaptive system enterprise. The slide behind me summarizes this with the phrase that Dr. Summers wants to leave you. Digital is not a department at Morgan. It is how the institution operates. That is the philosophy. Now, let's just actually look at the architecture. So this is called the Secure Sovereign University model for a reason. But let's look at it and figure out what it means in practice. We've been talking in this room mostly in conversations across America about AI's national infrastructure. Governor Moore understands this, as you heard today. The Council on Competitiveness has made the case, I think, quite eloquently today. If AI's infrastructure, and I do believe it is, then the university cannot afford to treat it the way we treat like Microsoft Word. We cannot just license it, use it, and then let somebody else have the intelligence that it produces. Universities need their own AI infrastructure backbone, and Morgan is building it. We call it the Sovereign University model. I'm going to walk you through what's on the screen behind me. At the center of the architecture is a platform that we call Obsidian. You can think of Obsidian as an institutional brain. It's not a chatbot. It is not an AI service that we subscribe to. It is a memory and reasoning layer that belongs to Morgan State University, one that accumulates institutional intelligence over time and maintains lineage on every decision that it informs. And it enforces the guardrails that our governance structures require. Obsidian sits at the heart of everything that we do. Faculty use it, students use it, our operations teams use it, our compliance dashboards run on it. But critically, the Obsidian runs in a segmented enclave infrastructure that we manage and that we own. Zero trust architecture, zero knowledge design, GPU workloads that can be segmented so that sensitive research data doesn't touch the same processing environment as other things, as like student advising and other interactions. Let me be concrete about what this means for Morgan State University. This is kind of framed around these three principles. Our data, our models, and our memory never leave Morgan State University. When a faculty trains a model on Morgan data, that model belongs to Morgan. When our institution learns something about like student outcomes or about research trends, about operational efficiency, that institutional knowledge stays here at Morgan State. We are not inadvertently training somebody else's commercial product. There is no third-party inference logging. When our students and faculty interact with our AI, those interactions are not being harvested to improve some vendor's product. This matters enormously for research integrity and for FERPA compliance and for, frankly, the trust of our students place in this institution. Institutional intelligence compounds over time. Every interaction, every research output, every operational decision that runs through Obsidian makes Obsidian smarter about Morgan State University, and that intelligence has value. For improving, has value for improving student outcomes and for winning research grants and for making the case that partners like the ones in this room, that Morgan is a serious player in this space. Right now, most universities are giving this value away, but here Morgan is not. Now, I want to connect this to the broader conversation this conference is designed to have. Maryland has extraordinary assets in AI, the quantum space. You have federal labs, we have flagship research university. You have a governor who understands technology as an economic development tool. And we have Morgan State University, a historically Black research university with a national equity mandate that increasingly a national technology leadership agenda. The sovereign university model is not just a Morgan State story. It is a model, a replicable architecture that other institutions, particularly HBCUs and minority-serving institutions, can adapt to ensure that they are not permanently on the wrong side of the AI infrastructure divide. That is a competitiveness issue. When the institution that educates the most diverse student population in America, our renters in the AI economy, well, dependent on commercial vendors and unable to build institutional intelligence, well, unable to capture value, well, we have a structural competitiveness problem. And no amount of workforce development or training will fix that. So what we are building at Morgan is the alternative. Oh, I guess that's it. Let me close with this. The title of the presentation is Owning the AI Future. I'm sure Dr. Summers chose that phrase very deliberately because ownership is the organizing idea behind everything that we do. Ownership of our data, ownership of our models, and ownership of the value our institution creates. And ultimately, ownership of the future in which Morgan State University is not just a participant in the national AI conversation, but also a leader in it. Thank you. So this brings us to the end of our lightning talks and really to the point where we can have a bit of a wrap up and a reflection on the day. So I'd like to invite Mr. Chad Evans up to the so we can have a bit of a conversation about this. We have the other mic, please. Okay, and I'm hoping we're not going to get crazy feedback. Oh, you want crazy feedback? No, I do not. Well, I just wanted to say, from your perspective, because I'm sure you have not spent any time working on the success of this event at all, I'm sure. But anyway, from your perspective, how do you think today went?
Today was amazing. I have a whole spiel I'm going to give on sort of a take from my team on how we think the day went. But personally, there's an incredible turnout, catalytic remarks from an impressive, one of the most impressive governors I think we've heard in a very long time, but in an incredible array of leaders from across the state. So day one, amazing. I don't think we could have asked for anything better.
Yeah, indeed. I was particularly impressed with like bringing together, everything from digital twins to looking at how, policy is shaping in the AI in Maryland. It's just so many things that position Maryland as a state to be competitive. And part of my thinking during this whole process is really how do you accelerate that? We have a good runway here, and I'm listening to some of these conversations, and I'm thinking, is there a way to accelerate the transformation?
I think we had a lot of signals for the roadmap of the future just from today. The governor, I think, set us off on the right course. He had his mantra that I know President Pines didn't want any of us to leave here without having memorized around speed and action, focus, competitiveness, alignment of strategy. So, that's, I think, how you accelerate change. So I think there's an incredible lesson right there. But I think also even more discreetly, what we heard in all of the panels were real examples of where, frankly, Maryland is already sort of pushing the pedal pretty hard.
Right.
So I don't think this is really a story so much about Maryland becoming or Maryland racing to some new future. I think you're defining that future today. And in some sense, I think for the Council on Competitiveness, one of the, I think, already interesting set of learnings is what can we take that's already happening here at scale and scale that nationally. Right. So it's not that everyone's going to replicate the incredible ecosystem. That would be replicating Maryland would be like replicating Silicon Valley. It's impossible. No one would really, sure, they love the assets, but it's going to be impossible. But there are elements of those assets that can be shared and I think more broadly adopted and deployed in other parts of the country, particularly around some of the lessons that are being learned on workforce and skills development and training, particularly as we're really pressing forward with how do we, and I think Patrick flipped the script for us really nicely. I see him up at the top. It's, when he said it's not about AI, it's about IA. Now, there's a lot of lessons historically from the development, the adoption and the adaptation to technological change, which empowers a productivity and economic growth jump. That's really the story of U.S. competitiveness over the past 40 years. When the U.S. Council was founded in 1986, pretty much the assumption was we're going to create this group as the U.S. declines behind Japan and Western Europe. Woe is us. What will we do to ever try to regain our competitiveness? Almost, it's almost an impossibility.